I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
All right, welcome everybody to the first day of North American Regionals Overwatch. With me today, I have Bryonic, a guest caster from Full Sail University.
Hey, how's it going?
Going well. We're currently spectating the very first match of the day. In the blue, we have the Loudoun Wolves, and in the red, we've got the North OC Kraken, so that's North Orange County over in California, and they're starting off this first match on Oasis.
Definitely looking like a hairy fight already. And North OC, really? That's actually pretty cool. My old stomping grounds.
Gotta rep the West Coast.
Yeah, promise not to be biased though.
So looking into this next fight here, we're about 50% on the board for the side of the Loudoun Wolves. What we're really going to want to be looking out for are the ultimates on hand here. The biggest ultimate that's going to be kind of deciding this team fight here is this Sigma ult. Sigma, one of the most powerful ults in the game right now, so really watch out for this ult. On the side of North OC Kraken, we're going to be looking towards this Doomfist to really make a big play with his ultimate going into this next fight. Let's go ahead and take a look at Reinhardt as he tries to push in.
Looks like he just proverbially just ran into a brick wall there. Everybody's defending really well.
Oh yeah, these teams have been practicing these strats for months, over many seasons, and they're definitely well trained and know how to execute on their plans.
So tell me right now, what are they trying to defend?
So right now, the Loudoun Wolves are defending the central point here. Once it gets to 99%, they'll have win here, so only a couple more seconds on the clock until they secure this round. First round secured for the Loudoun Wolves coming in here. And they had just total control the whole time. They did a fantastic job of not giving the North OC Kraken any space there. Fantastic staggering on the side of the Loudoun Wolves. Really kind of hampered the progress of the Kraken and didn't really give him any opportunities to jump in.
You saw the kind of a different plan of attack in terms of the North OC Wolves, or excuse me, the North OC team, where they're trying to attack from right down the middle and from the side. Sorry. Again, hi. I've never really seen like a whole game of Overwatch before, so this is kind of new to me as well, but just seeing the different kind of strategies, if you were to be like on one of these teams, what's the first thing that you would try to do in terms of trying to get to the objective?
Well, right here, it really depends on their team composition. And speaking of which, when we take a look here, it seems like the Loudoun Wolves is running an interesting combination of double shield with Orisa and Sigma. Double shield, one of the most common compositions at high play with the Sigma and the Orisa. Orisa just recently had some changes that made her strong and brought her back into the meta. So it seems like they're very familiar here. Basically, what these Loudoun Wolves are looking to do with this composition is use those shields to let their Junkrat and McCree fire off as much range damage as possible and break down the enemy before they even really have a chance to engage.
And right now it seems like they're trying to stray from the beaten path here and they're attacking from multiple angles. We have the high ground out there, so it could be useful for these guys. They're trying to duke it out in this one hallway. It seems like they're being a choke point right now as the Wolves are defending that one pretty well.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke here as they're looking to go for their engagement. Ultimate's coming out. Junkrat, Tire, and McCree have been expended by the Loudoun Wolves, forcing a rout from the side of the North OC Kraken as McCree here just cleans up the last couple kills here in this engagement. So right there in that post-fight, looking at the resources on the board, Loudoun Wolves is looking good with 3 ultimates, 4 on the way with Brigida. 3 ultimates on the way here for North OC Kraken. What we're really going to want to look out for is the Reinhardt ult on the side of the North OC Kraken and the Sigma ult here. Watch out for those engagements. Those are going to be the big deciders for who wins. All right, engagement's begun. Sigma ult coming out. Catches the Junkrat. Quick eliminations there as parts of the Loudoun team, of the North OC team, start to fall. And the objective is secured here with 90% on the board.
It looks like it's all but sewn up here for the Loudoun Wolves. And there you go. So walk me through there, partner. What did we see in terms of the Loudoun Wolf defense?
So what the Loudoun Wolves did there fantastically was really just abuse the amount of barriers and tankiness that their team has with the Moira, with the Brigida, just so much healing, so much armor, so much shields, so many barriers that the close range composition of the North OC Kraken never really even got a chance to get up close and start doing damage because they were always taking so much damage just trying to walk up to the fight.
It seems like their strong suit was their anchor, so to say, and blocking out the North OC from taking out those alternate angles. Coming into this next match, however, I'm going to assume that the North OC and Loudoun Wolves are going to switch and see who goes on defense first. So for the Kraken, what are they going to have to do to even out this series already down 2-0?
Well, they're going to be down 1-0. So the 2-0 actually here is for this one game mode. So for Control, the way it works is it's a best 2 out of 3. So there's 3 maps in that little control pool, and whoever wins best 2 out of 3 of those wins that map, so to speak. So now the Kraken is up 1-0 against the Loudoun Wolves are up 1-0 against the Kraken. And going to the next match, what the Kraken are going to want to have to adapt here is taking a much safer approach to the beginning of their fights. What the Kraken were doing is they were kind of taking the most straightforward line to the fight, and that's opening them up to tons and tons of range damage and spam. And so they're going to want to take kind of the long way around, so that way they can minimize the amount of damage they take walking up to the engagement.
All right. So just getting ready for this next match, and let's talk about the Loudoun Wolves real quick, as they seem to be really, excuse me, they seem to be hankering down their own. Whenever they get into the objective, they can't. No one else can seem to get in. So I'd say defense is one of their strong suits. When it comes to this next round, what do you expect out of the Loudoun Wolves?
From the Loudoun Wolves, what I'm kind of looking for is how are they going to adapt that double shield playstyle to the different maps? So not every map is going to be suited to every kind of team composition, every strategy. And going into this next match where they're going to be picking between Gibraltar and Junkertown, these very big open maps with lots of angles, lots of potential to kind of burst down those shields even before the fight happens. It's going to be I'm going to be looking to see how they adapt their strategy to preserve those shields for the rest of the fight.
And just getting ready right now. Kraken seemed to be a little worse for wear, and I know that's probably what you said in terms of just going straight shooting to the objective, and that's opening them up to tons of attacks from all angles. So that's going to be something that they're going to need to change. And as far as the Loudoun Wolves are concerned, you just need to keep doing what you're doing. Getting it to the objective and locking it down, like you said, with those shields. And just for me real quick, because again, I've never really casted a game like this, nor have I really seen like at a full extent like an Overwatch match. What class would you say is the most important part of this game? Like, what can make or break a match?
You know, that's one of the things that's kind of, you know, a debate for the ages. You know, if you're a tank player, you're gonna say it's a tank. If you're a DPS or support, you're gonna say no, it's my role. My role is the most important. But you know, looking at it from a strategic perspective, usually the anchor of the team, if this character goes down in the fight first, 90% chance you're going to lose that fight, is the main heals. The main heals of the team is going to be pumping in that sustain, in that heal to outlast the damage and push them through the rest of that fight. Because a fight in Overwatch, there's lots of damage going on, lots of big bursts. Without your main heals pumping in heals to the rest of your team's not going to last long.
And that makes sense too, because although you do have important roles like the tank who can push up to the objective, you need those heals to kind of be the spear to the tank's shield, so to speak.
Exactly. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna jump into the game here. They're gonna be on Gibraltar for this next match in the best of 3 series. So if the Loudoun Wolves can win this, they'll go up 2-0 in the series, and that'll be it for the Loudoun Wolves versus North OC Kraken on the first match of the day. Looking at the compositions, we've got a different composition coming out of the Loudoun Wolves. They're going for more range damage, which makes sense here for a map like this. And the North OC Kraken are still going for a kind of close range brawl composition where they want to get up close and start swinging that Reinhardt hammer and that Junkrat bombs.
And when it comes to range versus closeness, especially on an open map like this, I don't know which one I would favor. There's certainly pros and cons to both, but when it comes to this, excuse me, I'm so sorry, I don't know why I have a frog in my throat. When it comes to a map such as this, I really wouldn't know what to call it. I just know that the objective for this is to push the ship right there to the goal.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. So absolutely. So in this map, they're trying to push this payload here to 3 separate points. Each point is a new checkpoint, and it looks like they're pushing it up, coming up onto this first point here as the Loudoun Wolves reposition for their next defensive fight here with lots of good range damage here, but they're kind of in a danger zone here, so I'm expecting to see the North OC Kraken make a little bit of progress here as they push on this payload.
You can see someone trying to cut him off and cycle around. It looks like that didn't work out very well as he tried to head him off on the side skirts.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheeky play there from Zarya, hoping to maybe pick off a straggler or someone too far away from their team. Going into this next fight, what we're really going to want to pay attention to is this Reinhardt ultimate, Earthshatter. The tank's ultimates in Overwatch are the most powerful, most game-changing ultimates in Overwatch. If you can get those tank ultimates off, you're in a really good spot to pretty much win the rest of the engagement here. So we're going to be looking at this Earthshatter to come out here. Looks like they wisely choose to save it, as you know the fight is lost already, so they're just going to save it, hold it for that next fight. Hopefully, you know, you only need to win 1 fight in order to get it pretty much to this checkpoint right here. So they're going to hold their ultimates, maybe stack them up for the next fight.
Now, seems like they're trying to, North OC is trying to regroup here. And, you know, it's funny because I played a game mode like this, not exactly in Overwatch. It's a It's in an old game called Team Fortress 2. And it pretty much is similar, where it's you try to get the payload to a certain amount of checkpoints, and once you get it to the end, then you win. Interesting strategy right here for North OC to kind of dissipate the Wolves' defense as they come in through the side and completely just forget about the payload.
Honestly, I actually really like that approach from the side of the Kraken. It minimizes the amount of range damage that they take as they walk into the fight. It seems like, you know, they traded Reinhardt ults there, and the Loudoun Wolves just came out better on that trade. You know, their team was able to follow up a little better on that and capitalize on that ult a little more. So this is really do or die for the North OC Kraken. They've stacked pretty much every ult for this last fight. So we're going to see these come out as they desperately try to push and win at least one fight here to get that, to keep them in the running for this match here. You know, this is not a lot of progress on this first point here, so it'll be pretty easy for the Loudoun Wolves to push up to this far if they're not able to push any farther.
Right now, that main battle stage seems to be right in front of the payload. And as you see right there, round 1 finished. North OC not able to make a lot of progress there. So, you see the total distance with no time remaining, not even able to get up to the first checkpoint. So they're going to have to see if the London Wolves can fare any better.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm really noticing is kind of the big difference maker in these fights is how the team seems to be engaging. You know, maybe it's something coming from shot calling or something like that, but it doesn't seem like the supports are in sync with what the tanks are trying to do. I'm seeing a lot of kind of pushing in past, you know, a line of engagement without that sustain ready to go. So maybe there's a bit of coordination there that needs to happen here, but we're going to be taking a look at how the North OC Kraken can adapt here on what is essentially their last chance to stay in this best-of-3 series. If the Loudoun Wolves can push it as far as the North OC Kraken pushed it, then they will be the winner of this second match and take home the very first victory of the North American Overwatch Regionals.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Most stressful part of any game, be it esport, physical, Overwatch, or Rocket League, is prep time and just getting started. Right now you see the defense here from the North OC Kraken, and coming in is the two Loudoun Wolves. They're dissipating them, absolutely annihilating them.
That's some great defense coming out here. Mercy Res coming in, going to keep the North OC Kraken in this as they hold this top area here and kind of bat away at this Winston. Winston's doing an amazing job of surviving here in this fight. Just can't seem to land these fan-to hammer shots onto this monkey. Already has his ult in the first minute of the match, and just like that, payload gets pushed all the way to the objective point, and that is going to be the end of that second game there. Congratulations to the Loudoun Wolves there on that kind of really fun dive composition. I didn't expect them to switch to a dive composition, but you know, dive composition has kind of gone out of style. Dive being a Winston and some other mobile units where you basically use that mobility that those characters have to dive onto the enemy team all at once and do lots of burst damage.
And you could tell that the London Wolves were completely in sync there. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And I like that attack that they had in the beginning. It caught me by surprise. And I know that it probably did with the North OC Kraken. It really kind of just completely eviscerated any defensive try that these guys had. And it seemed like they just didn't rebound after that. So right now, London Wolves take it, and, well, tell me how they did it.
So what the Loudoun Wolves did there, and then what they did very well, was they had kind of what looks like these kind of split squads, especially on that attack on Gibraltar. What I saw a lot of was they had a one dive squad, and then they had another dive squad, and they routed the Kraken. They kind of split them up beautifully, and I mean, the Winston and that Lucio duo just wasted so much time up there on that high ground, and the rest of the Loudoun Wolves were able to push that payload basically uncontested and turn that fight from what could have been like a 6v4 or a 4v6 to make it so that it was essentially a 4v1 on the payload. So the Loudoun Wolves just easily pushed that, while Winston and Lucio just distracted the rest of the team for so long.
And I think, again, that's kind of a communication error on the Kraken, because you're fighting on the top and you completely forget about the payload, which is, the iron part of the game. So I can tell you right now, they probably didn't know how many bodies they had on the payload. And that kind of led to the London Wolves just waltzing into the objective and able to get the win there.
Yeah, but beautifully played from both teams. I mean, these teams are teams that are in regionals, so these are some of the better teams in the league coming here and showing what they're made of, what they can do. So the North OC Kraken, they're definitely going to have some good tape, some good footage to go back and watch with their coaches here in these next coming hours while they wait for their next match to start. Maybe they can regroup and rethink their strategy for their run in the elimination bracket.
Definitely. So this is a double elimination bracket.
That's right. The format for our North American regionals is going to be a double elimination bracket. We've split the Overwatch section of regionals into two groups so that we can better confine it into these next couple days for the time that we have. So in a double elimination bracket, just because you've lost one series of matches doesn't mean that you're out of the tournament. You can lose one series and you still have a chance to make it back and take the whole event through the elimination bracket. So who knows, maybe the North OC Kraken will make a comeback here in the next couple minutes.
All right. So just waiting on them to start. That was pretty fun. Just witnessing the kind of finite details of an Overwatch match. So thank you for being patient with me, partner.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to have you.
Definitely.
So with that,
please go ahead. Sorry. I was just gonna say that it looks like our next matchup is gonna be between the Triangle Wolves and Alpha Mason. Is that correct?
Yeah, looking at our next match here, the one we have scheduled, let me go ahead and pull up our stream schedule here. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be going with the Macomb Knights versus the West Calgary Shogun for this next upcoming match. Should be starting in the next 15-20 minutes. We'll probably cut to commercial for a bit, and then we'll be right back with more Overwatch action here on stream. For anyone who's just joining the stream, we're going to be live streaming and highlighting matches from regionals all day today from now to about 5:30 Pacific Standard Time today. So stay tuned in the stream. Leave us on in the background while you enjoy your Saturday over at the farmers market. Slip us in your pocket, whatever you need to do. Show us to your friends and family. Please share the stream. These kids are playing their heart out for an opportunity to get an invitation to the North American Finals, which is going to be hosted at your very own alma mater.
At the Fortress.
Why don't you tell us a little about the Fortress and Full Sail University?
So Full Sail is a technical university. With a lot of emphasis on gaming. Personally, for me, I went down the sportscasting route. I'm a graduate of the Dan Patrick the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, where they teach you how to be on camera, what the different facets of broadcasting is. And the Fortress is the arena for the Full Sail Armada, which is their esports collegiate team. I actually cast for their Rocket League team, so that's why this is kind of very foreign to me. I'm used to balls and nets and cars,
Yeah.
not exactly guns. But it's all fun, and I, in fact, do have an Overwatch team as well. Overwatch, Call of Duty, pretty much any esport you can think of, they have it. And I think our Valorant team is going to the playoffs as well, so good luck to them, and hopefully they make a big splash. So yeah, that's what Full Sail is, and in Full Sail University, it's just, they teach you real world experience and how to get into the industry, what exactly you need to do, and what exactly you can expect. And sometimes with college students, they graduate, they get a job, and sometimes they're a little lost to start.
Yeah, a lot of
Full
love
Sail
for...
kind of...
Sorry. I was going to say, a lot of love for Full Sail. Love their graduates. We've worked with them tons of times before for other XP League events and opportunities, and we're really looking forward to hosting North American Finals at the Fortress at Full Sail University this summer, coming June 24th to the 26th. It's going to be an amazing event for the players that get to go and for the families that get to watch on stream. Plenty of amazing opportunities are going to be available there at North American Finals. So, there's a lot on the line for these players. There's, lots of hope, lots of dreams of, maybe going to Orlando for these players, because these players are playing from all across North America. We have players in Canada. We have players in California. We have players in Wisconsin. So we're all over North America, hoping for an opportunity to get into the North American Finals and, take that crown and be the best team in all of XP League.
Yeah, definitely. And for these players, definitely going to be an honor to see who goes to my old stomping grounds in Winter Park. So I'll leave it up to you, partner, if you want to throw us off to break or if you want to continue chatting.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to kick it off to break here while we get set up for this next set of matches. So keep it in on this stream. We'll be back in the next 15-20 minutes with our next match ready to go.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Get it from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it.
It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boop Steve!
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Oh, nice. Go. Group in. Now. Push in. We don't have to good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
And they take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close. Stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
And they take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going.
It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, alright. Push up with me, push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boot
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to dead. Good game. Good.
Welcome back. Here we are back with another match ready to go. We've got the Triangle Wolves in Madison Marvels lined up for this best of 3 series here. I'm going to go ahead and cover the format for our matches here for the day. So the first matches are going to be played on the control game mode with Oasis, Busan, and Nepal available in the map pool for them to choose from. The second match is going to be played on Escort with Junkertown, Havana, and Gibraltar available for them to pick from. And then the third match, if it goes to the third match in a best of 3, then it goes to Hybrid with Kings Row, Hollywood, and Nambani on deck for selection here.
What are you looking forward to for this next match?
For this next match, the Madison Marvels are and the Triangle Wolves are some of the oldest players in the league, not in terms of age, as in they've been with XP League since the very beginning. So these teams are super experienced. Their coordination is 100% dialed in. These are some strong players on some strong teams that are well-oiled machines, and they absolutely know what they're doing. They've been to North American finals before, so these are teams that have qualified for the highest level of competition in XP League before. So I'm looking forward to this match. This should be a good one.
Yeah, and it seems like the way that you're talking, this could be a real powerhouse type of round. So who do you think is going to be taking it early?
The Madison Marvels put on a really great performance last year, so I'm looking to see the Madison Marvels again and see if they kind of hold on to that magic from last year, or Triangle Wolves. Triangle Wolves, also a strong team. They've had a couple of really close sets against some of the best teams in XP League. I'd say they're probably definitely a top 10 team to look out for. So this should be a close match. I'm expecting this. I'm hoping to see a game 3 today.
That's what we like to hear, definitely. And if we do see a game 3, in fact,
5, 4.
When it comes down to it, what do you think is going to be the difference maker here for these two teams?
I think the big difference maker is going to be the resiliency, because how you handle the pressure of a match is going to really determine a lot. So they've already started here, so we're going to go ahead and jump in game and take a look at the compositions here. It looks like we've got some similar compositions here with a Reinhardt on the main tank, Zarya for the Triangle Wolves. So it looks like the Triangle Wolves are going for a more close range, brawly type style, and the Madison Marvels are running a Pharah Mercy, so a Far Mercy as it's called in the community. This is a very strong combination. Pharah with so much mobility, super powerful sightlines, able to just spam rockets down lane over and over and over again. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Wolves will deal with that Far Mercy. Them being able to deal with the Pharah Mercy combo is going to be their condition for winning.
And right now it looks like they're choking them in their own spawn, so a little bit of a tough break here trying to break out of the first stages of the map.
A trade coming out here in the first bit of engagement here. Triangle Wolves go up a little bit early here as the Triangle Wolves pull back to regroup and try for another engagement rather than fully committing to a lost fight.
Which is actually is a smart strategy to take. You always want to try to be in sync when you're attacking. And right now it seems like both these guys trying to find their footing, so to say.
In terms of ultimate economy here, we've got a pretty even economy here in terms of ultimates. We can see here that they both have, 1 DPS as their ult. On the Madison Marvels, on the Triangle Wolves, one of the supports has their ult, but they're all about at 80, 90%. So we're going to see a lot of ultimates in this next fight, potentially all of the ultimates going into this next fight. We've got a bit of a pause here, so it looks like there's a little bit of a tech support here. So we'll go ahead and kick it to the duo cam. You guys can hang out with us until we get the match started up again.
So with that first match so far, it seems like both teams kind of diametrically opposed when it comes to their kind of strategy. One trying to play close combat and the other one playing from range. Who do you think is going to favor the match in the end?
Well, right now, the way it's set up, I think that the Triangle Wolves have the tools to deal with the Fair Mercy. They have a couple of hit scan characters. So in Overwatch, not every gun is a hit scan, not every gun is a projectile weapon. And what those mean is a hit scan weapon basically means wherever you're aiming, when you click, your bullet, your attack instantly lands. On a projectile weapon, it takes some time for that arrow to travel to hit that character. So it's instant versus kind of like a lead time on that damage. So there's a lot of hit scan on the Triangle Wolves to deal with that Fair Mercy. There's the Soldier 76. He's like kind of a generic Call of Duty style assault rifle guy. There's McCree. He's got a revolver. And then they've got Anna and Baptiste, so that's a lot of hit scan damage. So they definitely have the tools to deal with the Fair Mercy, but Fair Mercy is really strong for a reason, so it's going to take some coordination to take out that Fair Mercy. They can't just play passively and hope that it all turns out okay.
Yeah, and right now it seems like that's exactly what they're trying to do, so still kind of pause here, and just getting back to the match real quick. Right now, it seems like the...
we're back. Let's go ahead and cut it back into in-game. And there we go. All right.
There you go.
Keep your eyes locked on this. Ooh, great elimination. That might just be what the Triangle Wolves need going into this next match. An ultimate coming out from Zarya. Nano boost, lots of ultimates. Just about every ultimate that we could have seen there did come out from the Triangle Wolves. They used every ultimate they had to secure the objective, and I don't even really disagree with that decision, because if they didn't win that fight right there, they lost this map. So they absolutely had to win that fight.
Oh, it looks like right now fight may go back into Fair Mercy's favor.
Yeah, the Madison Marvels are definitely going to have the advantage here going into this fight, because they were able to save a couple of their ultimates for this retake. So a little bit of contest here going on. The Triangle Wolves are still in this. They're not out by any means, but it's going to be a tough fight to try and secure this out as overtime is ticking down. All right, and the Madison Marvels go up 1-0 in this first map in the Control series. So the Control is a best of 3 within our overall best of 3. So they're going to be going out and heading over to the next map here.
So up 1-0 early is the Triangle Wolves, right? Or the Madison Marvels?
The Madison Marvels are up 1 in this this first of the series.
5, 4,
I just wanted to make sure before I say something wrong.
Yeah, they're up 1-0, but not 1-0 in the whole series, just 1-0 for this specific map. All right, and here they come, the approach on the first engagement of this map here. No Fair Mercy for the Madison Marvels, instead swapping for a Genji. So watch out for that Nano Blade. That's going to be the big fight-winning ultimate for the Madison Marvels. They're going to be trying to build that up as quickly as they can. And we're going to be looking here to see the tanks and the supports on the side of the Triangle Marvels sticking really close, trying to close the distance and get in there and start doing lots and lots of damage. Let's go ahead and take a look from the Baptiste perspective. All right, a little bit of a brawl here. Go ahead.
Right now it seems like the Madison Marvels really pushing out the Triangle Wolves, almost pushing them back to their own spawn.
Yeah, what it looks like here is it looks like the Madison Marvels are playing with a lot of confidence. They're taking space and they're not afraid to be aggressive and just go straight to the point and say, push us off, get us out of here. You have to come to us. You know, we're gonna take your space and we're gonna make it so you never really get your footing.
Yeah, it's definitely a good strategy to have, and it's a good mentality to have.
All right, let's look here at this Valkyrie ultimate. Nothing comes out there. But we've got another DPS ult on the side of this. Ooh, great kill from the Hanzo here onto the support of Madison Marvels. And it looks like the Triangle Wolves are going to flip the objective as they come in.
I am ready to unleash.
All right, so 4 ultimates coming up for Triangle Wolves, 4 ultimates on the side of the Madison Marvels. This fight here could go either way, so this is a very, very pivotal fight here. I think this is probably the most important fight because it's going to set the tempo for the rest of the fights on this map here. Dragon Blade coming out from Genji. Let's take a look here. 1 kill already, 2 kills. 2 kills with that Dragon Blade are going to give the Madison Marvels the huge advantage going into this fight and basically give them an easy wipe as they go for the retake.
Right now, the Triangle Wolves, they did a good job there trying to get into the objective and take it from there, but they just got wiped out by the Madison Marvels, so they're gonna have to try to retake it here.
Oh, and a great kill onto the Mercy. That's going to be a huge advantage for the Triangle Wolves going into this fight. Let's take a look at Reinhardt here. Big ultimate possibly coming out with this Earth Shatter. Let's see, he's looking for it. He's looking for it. Kills being shaded out here. Looks like it's a pretty even fight so far. It's still anyone's match here as the Madison Marvels bring it up to 99 on the objective. And the Triangle Wolves take control of the objective here. Nanoblade coming out. Madison Marvels saying, you know what, we're not going to retreat. It's actually, we're going to commit to this fight. We think we can take this and win this right here, right now. We don't want to let you guys take it. And so kind of a long engagement happening here as these fight drags on.
Oh, it looks like they may just in fact take.
But not before the recontest from the tanks here. Ult's coming out to close it out here. I think this is going to be it for the Triangle Wolves on this second map of the first match of the series.
Still battling hard there.
Yeah, definitely not giving it up easily, though. They're switching to a stall comp as fast as they can to try and get back to the objective. Can anyone get a touch? Hammond coming in, Reinhardt coming in. No can do. Marvels will take the first match of the series and go 1-0 in our best of 3 series. Well played to the Madison Marvels and the Triangle Wolves.
Play of the game.
Yeah, especially at the end there, they tried to come back and force their will on the objective, but just seemed like they were just outgunned and outmanned. And for the Madison Marvels, they played a strong game from beginning to end.
You know, if you look at the scoreboard, it says 2-0 there, but I actually think this was a lot closer than the score may make it seem. When we take a look at what these teams actually did differently from a top-down perspective, I think it all came down to ultimate economy. I think the Madison Marvels were better able to decide how to budget their ultimates. You know, ultimates are like the currency, like the CSGO economy of Overwatch. And so the Madison Marvels were able to get more bang for their buck out of their ultimates. You know, instead of using 5 ultimates to win a fight, they used 3 ultimates to win a fight. And so that put Loudoun the Triangle Wolves at a disadvantage in terms of the long-term performance for their matches here.
And when it comes to the Madison Marvels, they had, like you said, that moxie, that mentality of, go ahead, try to push me off. And I think with that kind of level of confidence, going into this next match, they're going to be at an advantage because they have the juices flowing, so to say. And not to say that the Triangle Wolves didn't, but it takes a lot to shake these guys, I'd say. And with the Triangle Wolves, that's going to have to be something that you need to do. Maybe get an early strike in, or just mess them up somehow, some way, so you have a chance to get back into the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be curious to see what map they pick here. Let's take a look at the map pool for this series. So Madison Marvel's taking the first control section here. On available to the Triangle Wolves for them to pick from are Junkertown, Havana, and Gibraltar, which all play very differently. Junkertown is a very big, wide open space. It's a sniper's paradise. You also see a lot of pirate ship composition, so a lot of Bastion compositions around on Junkertown. Havana is another option. It's another sniper's paradise with lots of long sight lines and good cover. And then Gibraltar, which is one of the few maps where dive composition is really powerful. So dive composition being a team full of very mobile characters that can quickly jump on the enemy team and do lots of damage in a short amount of time. And then these pirate ship comps, basically being they take a Bastion who's just a giant turret and they sit him on the payload and they just ride that payload all the way to the end.
Champion choice in just trying to get this payload from point A to point B. And if the Triangle Wolves want to get back into this series, if they want to get back into this series, they're going to have to strike first, and they're going to have to strike fast.
Oh, absolutely. Pardon me here. The Madison Marvels, I think kind of the key for the Triangle Wolves here is going to be taking out what seems to be the Madison Marvels carry in the form of that Genji or that Pharah Mercy. So I think if they can take out the Mercy, I think the Mercy is that the building block on the base that the rest of the Madison Marvels is kind of built upon. That Mercy enables the Genji to get tons and tons of damage, and if their best DPS player goes down, the Mercy comes in for the resurrection, brings them back into the fight. So that Mercy, I think, is going to have to be the main focus for the Triangle Wolves going into this next match.
Yeah, and right now they seem to be getting ready, almost there, but into this next match, Triangle Wolves, no secret they need a win here. Excuse me. What is the secret? How do they get back into this thing?
The Triangle Wolves, I think what they're going to want to do here is just be very smart about their pathing and their engagement time, and specifically what target they're trying to come out for. And then, all that kind of stuff is the little nitty gritty. But I think what they really need is to kind of plan out those ultimates a little more ahead of time, so that way, hey, this fight, we are using these ultimates. We are not going to commit any more ultimates than this. If we lose this fight, that's fine. We'll still have ultimates for the next one. So that way, they don't all kind of press Q and then now their wallet is empty and they've got no money for food tomorrow.
That's going to be important, is not only spending wisely, but also keeping yourself into the game. And if you're the Triangle Wolves going into this match, how important is the first strike?
The first strike is extremely important. What we often see, I think Blizzard actually released some stats on this a while back, that the team that wins the first fight, the very first fight of the match, tends to, I think it's something like 60% of the time is going to go on to win the rest of the match here. So, it sets the tone for the rest of the match, kind of sets the mentality for the rest of for the team as well. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how resilient the Triangle Wolves can be as they're down on game point of this best of 3 series. Here in XP League, we focus a lot on teaching these competitors how to stay resilient, how to keep your head in the game, how to stay positive no matter the circumstances. So I'm going to be very excited to see these Triangle Wolves stick in the match and show off their mentalities today.
Right now, it looks like they're going to be on the defense first, setting up here. And with the Madison Marvels, they're going to have to really kind of bolster up their firepower coming out, as they're going to be facing a lot of bullets here.
Yeah, so the Madison Marvels are going for that same Pharah Mercy and going for a Widowmaker on this map. I think Widowmaker is a great choice for Junkertown. Super long sight lines, very open map, gives Widowmaker lots and lots of opportunities. And there we go, paying off already, taking out the Baptiste for the Triangle Wolves, taking out both supports, no sustain, no healing left for the Triangle Wolves, as the tanks are going to try to hold on here without any healing to keep them in it long term.
And the Triangle Wolves not going away easily as the tanks come in to try to push this thing back. But
Roadhog, super resilient character there, able to self-sustain, heal himself a little bit, take lots of damage, stall the objective there a little longer, hopefully give their team some time to regroup and get another contest on this payload.
Now coming into the battle, it doesn't seem like the Triangle Wolves are getting a real foot in the battle here, as Madison Marvels really playing to the angle as well.
And looks like we've got an engagement happening here. Lobo's going down for the Triangle Wolves, and that's just seems like they couldn't actually get a good defensible position to stop the payload as it made its way there. What the Madison Marvels did there that was really good was stagger their opponents. So as as they get an elimination, they never let the Triangle Wolves fully regroup for a proper contest, for a proper fight. And so the Madison Marvels were able to take 6v3s for that whole first leg of the map.
Right now, it seems like going uncontested, this payload is almost halfway through to the next checkpoint, and now you see an engagement between these two.
Big investment into this ultimate coming out here. 2 kills for Roadhog here as they wipe the Madison Marvels. So this is what I mean. The Triangle Wolves are, they're a strong team. They're a good team. Mechanically, strategically, they know what they're doing and they're able to execute. But look at these ultimates on the board. Triangle Wolves have to use way more ultimates in order to kind of secure those fights, while Madison Marvels is able to kind of slowly drip feed these ultimates out over time so they can hold on to more. So big thing to look out for is going to be the Nano Boost Blade. Here it comes. How many kills will he get? 1, 2,
like
3 coming in here. Very nice. As the cleanup happens here.
Now you have 3 people on the payload pushing it forward to checkpoint 2. You still have 3 minutes on the clock to do so.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a capture here as the Triangle Wolves are going for a bit of a split push here, but the Madison Marvels sticking together really nicely, not overextending, not chasing. Sigma ultimate coming out here. Might have been a bad play here as the objective was already secured. They're alone with their team, so that's going to be a big loss for the Triangle Wolves, but that's okay. They've still got 2 ultimates coming in here to this next section of Junkertown, and this section is famously defender favored. So the Triangle Wolves, this is going to be their best shot here at repelling the advances of the Madison Marvels.
And you can see with all the sight and the with the Triangle Wolves already taking up the high ground. It's going to be interesting to see how the Madison Marvels kind of respond to this new setting.
Sneaky flank. Does a lot of damage, but wasn't able to take them out. Duels between the DPS here. Let's see. How's it going to turn out for them? And just looks like we've got a lot of kind of skirmish going on here. Let's take a look at what's going on the ground.
Doing a good job here so far with the Triangle Wolves. Getting them off the payload and now pushing it back. Still 3 minutes on the clock for the Madison Marvels to kind of get this thing in. And as you can see with this outline of the guys, they're coming in and looking to make this final push.
Yeah, with the ultimates on deck here for the Triangle Wolves, all they really got is this Earth Shatter while they're going to be investing in that Nano Blade to win this fight. So the Madison Marvels are probably going to take this fight, but the spawn for the defenders is so close that even if they lose this fight, they'll be back before they can push it very far. But even then, actually, with one ultimate from the Reinhardt on Triangle Wolves, they were able to repel the attack using 3 ultimates from the Madison Marvels. So a great trade, evening them out in the ultimate economy for the rest of this match here.
Now with this contest, Marvel's trying to push them out, and you see the payload moving a little bit, but it's a real dogged fight here.
And I love the adaptations that I'm seeing from both teams here. Lobo switching off of the Sigma onto the Winston for that more mobility, more burst damage, and then instantly the Madison Marvel swap to the Reaper to burst down the Winston even as faster. So I love the adaptations coming from both these teams. You know, not just one static strategy, they're able to adapt on the fly to the situation.
Right now it's going to be heavily contested. To a lot of the parents here, this is the equivalent to a football's goal line stand. These guys just trying to push it in as any way possible. And right now the Timberwolves, the Wolves right now are just doing everything they can to try to keep them out, but I don't think they will. Madison Marvel comes out with the round 1 win.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and complete that map there, going up 3 points there with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. You know, honestly, I see that as a victory, especially that this last point defense. I see that as a huge win for the Triangle Wolves. If we remember, the Madison Marvels had a ton of time on the clock going into the third stretch, this third objective, and the Triangle Wolves were able to burn a lot of it. So they're going to have 1 minute and 20 seconds if it goes to overtime. So as long as the Triangle Wolves can match or beat that time, I think they're still in this. You know, this is still very much so winnable for the Triangle Wolves going into this swap here, as the Triangle Wolves are going to go ahead and push the payload against the Madison Marvels defenses.
Yeah, right now they're all getting ready. And with the Madison Marvels, how do you see their defense stacking up here? Because I know they have a couple of tanks, but do you think they're going to try to go more ranged?
It looks like the Madison Marvels are still thinking, or they're betting that, you know what, I think they're going to go for the Winston, so let's keep the Reaper. Reaper, I think, is actually a very bad character for this map, but they're betting on that the Winston's still going to be here, and I think they're going to be surprised when they don't see the Winston, and suddenly they don't have the range to kind of really take use of these open sightlines.
Now we're underway. Engagement here to start.
Let's take a look here at the Doomfist sneaking around. Tons of burst damage. Very sneaky character here. Looking to shark on one of the supports here. Just can't seem to find an opening there, but it looks like we've got a brawl on the payload here.
And already a tough battle for both sides as Triangle Wolves are just pushing up as hard as they can. And it looks right now that they have uncontested with the payload.
Yeah, they've just got such great consistent range damage. You know, I think that bet with the Reaper is really what's kind of holding them back a little bit here, as Reaper doesn't have the close range on this map to be able to take advantage of his shotguns. And so the Triangle Wolves are really doing a great job here of just lots and lots of consistent damage as they push this payload. Lots of time. Great start for the Triangle Wolves.
With the Triangle Wolves already past the first checkpoint. And now we head into the second, third here. Coming in. Already 4 guys on the payload. Just trying to get this as fast as possible to beat the time of the Madison Marvels. And the Marvels already setting up with a couple of range guys on top. Looks like the tanks are going to try to come on through the bottom. And already halfway to the second checkpoint here.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't think they could get in position in time, and they're just going to go ahead and take it here. Lots of ultimates coming out here. Space Jam combo, 2 kills, 3 kills. Easy fight win for the Triangle Wolves. You know, doesn't seem like they wanted to save ultimates. They just said, you know what, we don't want to stall our momentum. We think we want to keep this momentum and let's just take this objective right here, right now. Let's use all our ultimates and keep this momentum forward, even if it puts us down in the ultimate economy.
Now, as you said, the defensive heavy part of this map. As we head into the third part, trying to get into the final checkpoint and secure this thing.
Yeah, as we're going to see here, more adaptations coming out from the side of the Madison Marvels as they swap to the Pharah Mercy combo for this section here. You know, not as many sight lines, a little more cover for the Pharah, especially using that kind of tower in the middle section here. And the Madison Marvels doing a great job here, being able to push back the attack from the Wolves. And I'd love to see what kind of adaptation we're going to see here. I mean, they have 5 minutes to push it all the way. You know, even if they only push it in with 1 second in overtime, they're going to get a minute anyways. So they have quite a bit of time here to stack up all 6 ults and just blow them all at once and push this objective in. So, you know, how the Triangle Wolves choose to take this is going to be very interesting, and how the Madison Marvels choose to kind of solve this puzzle is going to be very interesting as we go into this fight.
You can see the flank on the left side kind of got a lot of damage there as they were able to clear the payload and take back congestion, but they're going to have to look at the right alley as Madison Marvel's trying to flank both sides.
And you know what? The Triangle Wolves did a really great job getting the absolute most out of that Mercy ult there. Mercy used her ult, damage boosted her entire team, and with that one ult was able to kind of turn the favor and help them push that objective a little farther. But a massive ultimate from Pharah here, taking out 3 members of the Triangle Wolves, is going to stop that push right away.
And for the Triangle Wolves, regrouping yet again. And again, like you said, this part of the map definitely defender friendly. So if you're the Triangle Wolves, you're this close getting into the final checkpoint. What are you trying to do?
You know, as the Triangle Wolves, I'm just trying to keep my composure. I don't want to invest too much. I don't want to get too hungry, too greedy, too quick. I want to just build my ults, save it all up, and get a big, clean team wipe so that my team can stick together. Zarya ultimate being invested here doesn't catch anybody, unfortunately, and so that's going to be a lost ultimate for the Triangle Wolves as the Madison Marvels holds it back there. But yeah, like I said, Triangle Wolves, I think they're going to try and win these fights every time, but I think maybe they should just say, it's okay, let's lose the next couple fights, let's build all our ultimates, and then dump it all in at one go.
By the way that they're fighting, it seems like that's probably what they're going to be doing. As they bum rush the one side, you have one guy flanking on the left-hand part of your screen. Engagement in through the middle. as they try to recapture this payload.
All right, both Reinhardt ultimates ready to go. Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. Who's the better tank? Whiffing on the ultimate, but he's got the nano boost, so it's okay. Oh, and an interrupt on the Madison Marvels. Reinhardt's Earth Shatter loses his ultimate. That was a huge play from the Triangle Wolves, and now they're going to be able to be set up nicely coming into this very last stretch. Just a little bit more that they have to push it here, and an amazingly strong angle here. Triangle Wolves looking really good to close this out.
And it's the goal line stand, as I said. Last leg of this map, going to be really tough here for the Madison Marvels to kind of try to defend. But like you said, the spawn right behind there. But I don't think that's going to matter.
A bit of a hero play, honestly, from the Pharah. I mean, taking out 3-4 members of the Triangle Wolves. They absolutely know which target they absolutely had to take down. Pharah immediately targets the soldier on the high ground, uses their ultimate, and from that advantage is able to kind of just blow them up from the flank there and dismantle that objective there. Great play from the Pharah on the Madison Marvels.
As they're able to push them back just a little bit. And now the Triangle Wolves set to have another push here.
Yep, we're going to be looking for the Space Jam combo. Forced to use their ultimate a little early here. Going to lose out on an opportunity to combo with Zarya's ult. But, you know, if that's what they have to do to stay alive and stay in the fight, that's what they got to do.
Right
Chance of redemption here.
16 seconds left to go. And they're right on the cusp of taking this one, but they are being fought hard by the Madison Marvels. 5 seconds left.
No one left to contest, and the Madison Marvels are going to take match 2 in this best of 3 series. Congratulations to the Madison Marvels. Well played, GG's. Great performance from them. Really, really strong team.
Play of the game.
And let's take a look at this Pharah. I mean, just an absolutely powerhouse for the Madison Marvels the entire series.
Justice reigns from above.
Yep, that's a highlight. Beautiful. And great job to the supports keeping that Pharah alive. When Pharah ults, she's stationary and really, really easy to take out. Just fantastic job from the Madison Marvels there, the whole team there coming together to help their carry push it through.
It was a great game there, especially towards the end. The Madison Marvels looked like they were going back to their side, kind of tailed between their legs, so to say. But they battled back, and they were able to push the Triangle Wolves back. So, able to win that one. How did you see it?
What I love to see there was that renewed energy, that kind of second life, second breath that the Triangle Wolves had there on that attack that we saw. You know, they looked like a different team. They did amazing, pushing that objective as far as they did, as quickly as they did, giving themselves tons of time on that third point. On that third point, I think, you know, just a couple of unlucky moments where, you know, a Zarya ult here had to get, maybe gets whiffed. A Doomfist is forced to use their ultimate early, and so they don't get to combo later. A Reinhardt losing their shatter to a shield or an objective there. So, you know, little things like that where little whiffs over the course of that third point led up to not having, not being in sync with those ultimates to get those combos. You know, everyone kind of had their ultimate, but not at the same time where they were able to combo the power of it and kind of get that going.
So would you kind of chalk that up to a lapse in, would you chalk that up to a lack of communication on the Triangle Wolves part?
Well, you know, when you're playing a good team, a really good team will make you look like a team that's not coordinating. And I think that's what was going on there, because the Triangle Wolves are an experienced team. They're battle hardened. They know what to do. So I think what was going on there is I think the Madison Marvels did a really good job of forcing these kind of impossible situations for the Triangle Wolves where they were forced to do things that they didn't want to have to do and put them at disadvantage. So I think the Madison Marvels, they're just that strong that they're able to kind of break down communication or force the Triangle Wolves to do things that they don't want to have to do.
And the one thing that I do like, just kind of speaking the praises of the Triangle Wolves, is the strategy that they had, especially in that first matchup against the Madison Marvels in the defensive heavy side of the map. They were able to show a lot of their prowess in terms of flanking. They were able to get a couple of shots in, but ultimately not able to come up with the game. But both teams really showing why they're the best. And as a guy who hasn't seen, an extended cut of Overwatch before, they seemed very competent in what they were doing. And I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw a game 3, but it was a final push from the Madison Marvels that gave them the win, and that's a big kudos to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Madison Marvels, hopefully they'll take those momentum with them as they push through the winner side of the bracket and make their way to hopefully a grand finals for them. And the Triangle Wolves, they played amazing. They played really well as they dropped down into the elimination bracket. I think if the Triangle Wolves play like they did in this match, I think they're going to make it very far in the bracket today. I could definitely see a rematch happening later today. But keep it right here. We'll have more Overwatch coming up soon. We're going to go ahead and cut to a break here. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'll be right back with more matches to come.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game let the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it, they shuffle it, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate. ultimate.
Okay, keep going, keep going.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Again from above. I have my ultimate.
Okay, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, battle.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Steve!
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Oh, nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close. Stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Get from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, alright. Push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love
winning Battle Mercy.
Yes, battle.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boot Steve!
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. I need you. Oh, nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to. Good game. Good.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it. It's so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the Grand Finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Journey begins at xpleague.gg.
All right, and welcome back. Here we are with the Franklin Valkyrie and the Regina Hydra. Joining me right now is League Commissioner, caster, collegiate esports player, coach, overall fantastic ambassador for XP League, Aaron Cottrell.
Well, thank you so much for that excellent intro. Welcome, guys, to another Overwatch match. Very excited to be here and very excited to see what these teams have in store for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Franklin Valkyrie, Regina Hydra, both teams that are fairly new to regional play and top level Overwatch competition. So we're going to be, I'm going to be interested to see how they perform in today's matches, what kind of strategies they're going for, which maps they're going to select. Should be some good games coming out of here. Regina coming out of, I believe it's Canada, right? No. Yeah, I think it's Canada. And then Franklin over in Tennessee. Franklin's been a location that's been active in XP League since the very beginning. So their coaches have a lot of experience. If any of the players here have been around for a while, so these players should be experienced. These teams should be pretty experienced, and I'm looking forward to seeing these teams go at it and what kind of action we're going to see.
Yeah, I have actually had the pleasure of talking with some of these coaches over in Franklin. Great group over there, and they have an excellent coaching staff. So they definitely are in a really good position from the coaching standpoint. And Regina's gonna have their work cut out for them for sure.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the map pool. I'll go ahead and talk about the format for our Overwatch matches. So the matches here for Overwatch are played in a best of 3, and the first set of matches is played on Control, then Escort, then Hybrid for the third match. For Control, the first maps are going to be Oasis, Busan, and Nepal. Aaron, if you are these teams, what map are you going for? I love Busan too. I feel like it lends itself to a lot of different compositions and the ability to kind of go for different approaches. Nepal is another favorite though, especially in XP League, because these kids love the environmental kills.
Aspect of it, and I know that can really turn fights super quickly, and that's the one thing that these kids are looking to do, is they want to be able to use that to their advantage and just quickly just snap and end fights.
Absolutely. So XP League as a whole, these teams, they practice and stuff like that. So one of the things that we do here at XP League is we teach them as if they were absolute beginners, and we teach them the very beginning basic blocks of playing as a team. If you play at home, if you play solo queue, it's nothing like playing on a team. The experience is totally different on a team. There's so much more communication. Communication is, the ultimate buff. It's OP to communicate with your team. It really is. Once you play with a team, the difference between that and solo queue, I mean, it's a different game entirely. And so the coordination that I'm hoping to see from these teams, I think that's going to be the biggest difference maker. And that's honestly the biggest difference maker across all of our teams in XP League. You could be a little worse in the mechanical skill area, but if you've got the communication, if you've got the coordination, you can really make up for that in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. As they say, teamwork does indeed make the dream work, and you really see that here with these kids. They are just come together and pull off things that, like you said, you just can't pull it in solo queue. You can't have that coordination and that communication that we're teaching the kids to have here, and that is what really makes the difference, I think. And you see it. You watch these kids play in these tournaments, and maybe you watch or even play in just regular solo queue, and you can just visibly see the difference. It doesn't matter if you've been playing for 1 week or 4 years. You can see those differences.
Absolutely. I mean, our players in XP League, they grow so much from the first time they come in to the end of their season. I've seen so many kids come in and they're super quiet as they play, or maybe they talk a lot, but they're not talking about stuff that's relevant or conductive to kind of competition and kind of bringing out information. And then over the course of the season, their confidence builds up. They get better at kind of understanding what to say and when to say it, stuff like that. And so those building blocks, those skills that get built are things that we're looking to see on display here.
Just really cultivating those teamwork skills and really getting these kids to come together and become kind of something more, basically, of becoming that cohesive unit that they really are. And I think both of these teams are going to show that here. Looks like we will be starting on Nepal.
Great. So as we're getting ready to jump into this match, Aaron, somebody asked this question earlier. Aaron, what do you think is the most important role in Overwatch?
As much as I would love to say DPS, because that is what I play personally, I believe it's the tank role. The tanks just have such a huge responsibility in soaking up damage and creating space for their team to be able to operate in the ways that they want to. That becomes the most important role, especially in the current meta.
Ready for
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the team compositions here for the Franklin Valkyrie on the left in the blue, and the Regina Hydra in the red. So it looks like on the left here we've got a kind of interesting mix between a close range brawl and some range damage there with the Hanzo. So lots of kind of speed and brawl team compositions on Franklin Valkyrie. And what do you see on the Regina Hydra?
Round 1.
Hydra have a really kind of interesting mix, because we've got that McCree, Cassidy now, And I think that, you know, he has that more range to it, whereas Mei is going to be up close in your face, just freezing you, and the Ryan Zarya also lends itself to more up close brawl style. The Cassie is going to, you know, try and pick off people really quickly. He's going to want to, you know, quick couple headshots, but it looks like he's going to start going the way of Franklin.
Yeah.
First capture here going over, and that was a really clean fight for Franklin.
Yeah, I mean, just super aggressive, no hesitation, engage right away, go straight to point, don't mess around, force them off of the kind of these cheeky little defensive positions, and just go straight at it. I mean, fantastic play there, and it looks like we might even be getting a bit of an early ultimate from the Hanzo. Hanzo doing really
is
well.
in a tight spot there. He's going to need to get out of there. Looks like the tank's coming in, but not quite quick enough. He falls. And that's going to be one down for Franklin. That is going to put him in an awkward position here for defense. Looks like a brawl going off point here. And that is kind of where the Mei wants it. Oh, man, huge mine coming into the Junkrat, going to turn the fight. Oh, that's a big double kill for him.
Oh, yeah, they got to be happy about this one. Franklin, you know, even if the fight may not necessarily be going super dominant here, I mean, they're just getting so much percentage here, and you know, if they can get these staggers here, ooh, that's gonna hurt there. That's gonna be like at least another 5-10% for Franklin on the objective.
And you look here, ult economy wise, Franklin has 4 in the barrel, ready to go, almost 5, whereas Regina Hydra is just trailing. They've only got 1. They're about to have 2 online, and I think that is just going to really sway the fight here. Is that ult economy?
Ooh, a bit of a crucial pick there from the Franken Valkyrie, taking out the main tank for the Regina Hydra as they're forced to pull back and regroup for hopefully a final contest here. Let's take a look at Zarya. Very big ultimate on deck here.
Yeah, she's going to be able to stop, you know, a bulk of the team if she has to. She's going to have to send it here just to... If she stops them, and they're not going to be able to touch. Oh, it looks like we've got Ice Block from the Mei.
Oh, and he was just outside.
Yeah, she was not quite there. A little preemptive on the freeze.
Oh, man, well, that's great graviton placement from the Zarya to keep them just outside of that objective so that they couldn't contest.
Yeah, almost a little insult to injury there. You can sit right outside of point and watch those final ticks go our way. Now this is where they're going to be swapping to Orisa, maybe a Pharah, a Lucio for sure. We see the Orisa on the side of Regina. We see the Lucio for Franklin, and this is going to be where those environmentals come in big.
5, 4.
Oh yeah, so we've got swap here for sure. Lots and lots. Definitely looks like that's what they're going for with the hook and the pools. And let's see how they're going to try this out. What kind of approach they're going to take here.
A very different tank composition, and that is, I think, going to be making the difference here.
Wow, the Lucio.
The Lucio
is so quick.
Yeah, the Lucio speed getting on the point fast was absolutely key because of the way that their comp is. They wanted to get on point first, and they absolutely did that. And now it puts China in kind of a weird spot. They're hiding in a room here, just using the shield to their advantage and trying to force Franklin off the point here. But Franklin is going to walk into these doors. But it's a very even fight right now. But it looks like it's starting to go the way of Franklin. And yeah, as Blake Snake gets a big picks here.
Yeah, it looks like they were hoping to kind of take this drops down here to not take so much spam on the way in, but then they got stuck in these tight corridors, and they really just had nowhere to go from there. They were just stuck in there, taking tons and tons of damage, and basically like fish in a barrel there.
Yeah, if I'm Hydra here, you know, the swap to Lucio isn't a bad choice here. I think that it would lend to their mobility and their ability to maybe get some more of those environmentals a little bit better. But right now they are just in a little bit of an awkward position trying to fight their way just to get 2 points.
Roadhog here seems like he's hoping to use an ultimate here.
Yeah, he gets the kill on Lucio. That's a big pick. He needs to go back in there. He does not have time to hide. He needs to push through, and if he gets a good ult here, he might be forcing them off the side, and that's what he's going to look for.
Looks like they're going to try and push him through here.
And here comes the ultimate. He gets 2. He gets 3. It's huge. It's so huge. He got 4 picks there, and that is it should be flipping the point here. Looks like, yeah, Hydra coming to claim the point for their own. That's a big flip. That was a beautiful ultimate from the Roadhog. That was exactly what he wanted to see.
You know, I doubted the flank, but I was totally wrong to doubt that flank. That was beautifully played. Absolutely won that fight for them.
You know, as the Roadhog's name implies, it's simple. Just give him the good old flank. The old tried and true. Tyre coming in, gets 1. That's a big pick, and looks like Franklin putting up a huge fight here, just cleaning up point. I think Hydra really needed to just kind of group a little bit more. They were a little bit too spread out, but having the Roadhog on the flank there, you know, it didn't quite pay off this time. But it looks like they're going to keep the point.
Yeah, you know, in that fight, it seems like, you know, the fight opened up with Roadhog getting an environmental kill right away, and it seems like that Roadhog just never let up. So, doing a great job there.
He's going back around, going to see if he can get another one. It will be huge. If they continue to leave him uncontested, which they will not, looks like they're going to test him right now, and she doesn't spend the grab, which is probably the better option there. Could have grabbed and maybe kept him there and tried to fall. But there it is. There's the huge grab coming in. There's 1, 2, and maybe 3, 4. That is it. Oh, a double punch there from the bad piece.
It's optimal.
Wow. Apparently.
I am on fire. I will lead us.
Because what you can do with the melee is the melee will do cleave damage, and so that'll actually go through everybody in the ult. So, you know, you pump some fire in there, and then end it off with a melee once you think they're a little low. You can get actually quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's really great move from the match. A little gutsy for the healer running in to just punch people for that. I appreciate that. And it's a Roadhog getting another pick there on the Zarya, gets another there. It wasn't quite enough. They needed to go and contest. Franklin Valkyrie gets the first point here.
Yeah, that was a great last fight there. Just a little more aggression. You know what? I think it's the Lucio. The Lucio is really giving them that first point right away. They're able to take control of objective with that Lucio faster than the Regina Hydra can, and they're able to recontest faster. If they had a Lucio on that last fight, you know, maybe they could have gotten to that fight a little faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they had, I think they had the opportunity to maybe push on point there. They just didn't quite commit, and it was kind of a do or die moment. They really needed to, but it's all right. We're gonna go into the next match here, and see what they can pull off. Definitely is still anyone's game. Franklin coming in a little bit stronger this time around, though.
Yeah, absolutely on that. Totally agree. What I think I'm gonna want to see from the Regina Hydra is just a little more aggression, I think, because they've pretty much got what they need. This is not an easy win for the Frank and Valkyrie by any means. I mean, they're able to hold their own totally well. I think maybe just a little more conscious of their ult economy, and I think they could probably flip this on this next map here. So looking at the next map, we're going to be playing on an escort. From the map pool to pick from, we have Junkertown, Havana, and Gibraltar. What do you think they're going to go with? You know, considering that, you know, Regina Hydra, you know, they've got a really strong off tank in their Roadhog there. They've got their Orisa there. Do you think they're going to try and switch up their composition? If they're going to keep that same kind of composition, what map do you think they'll go for?
Would definitely play well for that, but I don't know. I don't know for escort that's necessarily going to be the move. I think that, you know, they've got a couple different options as far as tank goes. I just don't think Hog or Risa is going to be their best option. I think if they go back to that Ryan Zarya that we saw in the first round, I think that might do a little bit better for them. Havana also a very good choice. That map I think lends itself to attackers on the first point, and they will be able to get a good push at the beginning, and it gets a little bit tougher as you go indoors into the factory. But if Hydra starts on the attacking side, I think Havana is going to be the best option.
I think so as well. Now, if you're the Franklin Valkyrie in this situation, do you want to attack first or do you want to defend first? What do you think? I think if I'm them, I want the momentum. I think I want to go for attack.
I generally would say attack first, but they had a really strong brawl comp, and I think getting something like that on a good defense and being able to just stop the advance from the get-go and get the strong start there, so that you don't have a lot of work to do on your attack side when they flip. That may be a better option for them. They have that really strong brawl, and if they can just continue to fight at the gas station there, because we are going to be on Havana here, and I think if they bring that brawl straight right to spawn doors, make them really work for those first few inches, then I think that would be the best option. And looks like they are going to be on defense first. So I think this is what they want here, I'll be honest.
I think so. I think you might be right here. Let's take a look at what kind of comp they're going to go for. Double hit scan with the Rhine Zarya. Interesting.
They have those long sight lines. It's definitely not a bad choice. I think, depending, obviously they don't know what Regina is going to be pulling here. It looks like they're pulling up a bunker comp, and that is a really good choice for them. Being able to just sit Bastion down and really just try and brute force their way through this first point is going to be a good option. And I think these two hit scan characters are going to have a tough time here getting to the Bastion. I mean, maybe the Cassidy walks up there and gets the flashbang and tries to stun the Bastion, but he's gonna have a tough time walking up there for sure.
Yeah,
so
I think you're definitely right here. They allowed them to set up on this little pirate ship here. I think if they'd held up and gone straight to the doors, they could have probably stopped this right before it could get started. But let's see how they're going to try and dismantle the double shield bunker.
Yeah, if I were them, I think starting with like a May, something like that, would have done really well. But they're gonna have to work cut out for them, as Regina is already coming around the first corner. There's a little bit of a split up here. Bash not quite on the cart anymore. He decided to fall back a little bit, which I think was a smart choice for him. There's Cassie coming around, trying to get that pick. And there's the stun and the kill on the Bastion. That's going to be huge with the res coming in. He didn't have that flashbang up, so he could not deny that. And Bastion coming in, just slowing people down. We got a couple kills here that are going to push trying to even farther. That was a huge fight for them.
Yeah, I mean, nice kind of extended engagement there. Neither of them seemed like they really wanted to fully commit to this, as they trying to maybe piece apart the bunker comp here. This is going to be a good opportunity for a retake on their side, though. Oh, big ultimate coming out.
Oh, here it comes, the wombo combo. But we've got... Oh, it didn't even matter. He had the immortality, but it was down before it could be of much use. That was a really good attempt there by the Baptiste, but unfortunately didn't quite get there. Now, that was a beautiful combo. I will go right out and say it. That was excellent.
Absolutely.
That is exactly what they wanted to see. They only spent 2 ultimates, clean, quick fight. They still have 3 ready to go. Hydra have 2 up for both their DPS characters, and we're just gonna see what they're gonna make use of.
This is where bunker comp can kind of struggle. Now that they're not set up, and they have to try and get in position, get set up, and then start pumping in damage. Can they get back into a position where they can abuse that Bastion? Can they make use of his ultimate here? Let's take a look.
He's certainly going to try. Oh, here comes the Reinhardt, but he's cut down before he could get there. But looks like the Hanzo making some quick work. Those people here, we got the res coming up for the Ryan. That is huge, huge. And we got the Baptiste coming up for the res. And Franklin is just starting to cut down the Hydra. And I think this fight might go their way, but the Hydra not giving in without a fight. They are trying to fight for every inch here, and I think you were absolutely right. I think now that the pirate ship is kind of shut down, I think they need to come back, regroup, and come and attack with something a little bit different. Hanzo v Hanzo looks like the Hydra are going to get the better end of that, and that's a really big pick because the next fight is about to start, and they are down a man.
Oh, here we go.
Just gonna have it
coming in
through those shields.
This is their big bet. All right, it's able to get them some space so that they can get set up. Let's see how well they can utilize it.
Yeah, this is huge. He's shooting through the window, absolutely mows down that Reinhardt, and this might get them to the second point, or through the first point rather. I think we're gonna see a recontest, but it's gonna be close. No, not quite on the recontest. Looks like the Franklin decided to cut their losses and fight him on the next one. And you know what? I think that's a good choice for them here. Because you choose to fight, and if you lose that fight, you're going to lose a lot of ground on second point.
Yeah, totally agree here. A couple of staggers here, kind of stalling the regroup for the Franklin Valkyrie. Well done. Looking at these ultimates, lots and lots of ultimates. Gonna be interested to see their discipline, what ultimates they choose going into this fight.
First one. Double dragons just coming through. Let's see if we get there goes one. The Lucio falls to the dragons there. That is not good, but looks like the Hanzo on the side of Franklin getting a good pick here. But it's just very back and forth. Here comes the Graviton Surge.
Massive
and
grab.
Oh my goodness, that was exactly what they wanted to see. Wow, good fight there. The Franklin, they were a little bit on the back foot, but I think this is going to put them back to where they want to be.
Yeah, you know, I think the Regina Hydra were really smart there. They didn't overcommit and try to just throw their bodies on the payload. I think they said, you know what, it's okay. We'll let it push around the corner. This is a better spot for us. We'll jump in with our ult. We'll stop them right here. But now, taking a look at this next fight, what do you think the Regina Hydra is going to try to do to try and get that bunker comp set up again?
They're going to try and come around on the left side, I think, and just try and drop down on there, try and keep this high ground, and use it to the best of their advantage. And they're making pretty good use of it so far. Got to keep that Bastion alive. That is kind of the cornerstone of their attack here. Looks like someone is already contesting the payload to try and get going. It looks like there is a Cassidy over here on the right side that the Hydra were trying to collapse on, but quite cut him down. But they're going to set up here on high ground around the right side, and they're just going to sit up here until they're clear. And they'll have 1-2 on payload, and everybody else with the Bastion just keeping him up. But he's getting a little bit of damage from the side here, but oh, dude, wow. Oh man, that was exactly what you wanted to see, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Wow.
Heroic effort for sure. Absolutely.
He really did make quick work there. Really good at high noon, but his team wasn't there to back him up. And I think if I were him, it was a gutsy choice, and I appreciate it, but you need the backup there. And he didn't quite have that.
Absolutely. What I think happened there for the Franklin Valkyrie was they allowed the bunker to get set up. I think if they played a little more aggressive, you know, played a little more to that brawl style, I think they could stop it before it got set up. But they allowed them to get those sight lines, get those double shields and hail set up, which, you know, just once bunker's set up, it's hard to take apart.
Here comes an Earth Shatter and a charge, getting 2 people. That is really, really big for Franklin, and it's simply gonna take him down. But Pokey Mini-Me is coming back and getting some kills here, and it looks like the Hydra are just back up the point here. They got a pick here, but it wasn't quite enough, and going to go the way of the Valkyrie. But the Zarya is still fighting.
You know, it's a terrifying thing being a low health Sigma, and you're being sharked by a high energy Zarya.
Yeah, that's not quite what you want to see. A little bit of an overcommit there by the Sigma, but it's alright. They are regrouped and back, and they're trying to get that bunker up. Zarya coming around on the left side, trying to get any good deep damage that she can, trying to kind of get them a little bit lower, and maybe try to get a Graviton. Here it comes. There's the Graviton.
Big Graviton. Can we
very
get the
big,
follow-up?
very big. Doesn't look like it. Looks like she's gonna fall, but looks like I spoke too soon. Reinhardt came in a swinging and picked up 3 quick kills for the Valkyrie there. That is exactly what they wanted to see. I honestly am super impressed with that. He wasn't quite there for the initial Graviton, but then he followed up and was able to get stuff and kills all Hydra towards the end here. So we're in overtime. Hinover coming in, and the Flux picking up 1. We're still locked in overtime.
The High Noon was a great counter to the Sigma Flux right there. Instant reaction, pops the High Noon. Whoa, cheeky play here.
cheeky. That is a really good play. That was exactly the absolute best choice for them, needing to get on point as quickly as humanly possible.
Putting up a good stall here, actually, letting them get 3-2 on the payload. Regina's not giving this up. They're just gonna fight tooth and nail for every inch.
Yeah, and that is, exactly what you see here at XP League is, all our teams are just fighting so hard every single game, and unfortunately didn't quite get any more distance on there, but an excellent fight nonetheless.
Initiating match.
So honestly, I could see this swinging either way here. The Regina Hydra, when they get set up with their bunker comp, they're very strong. But it looks like they don't have a plan for countering those game-changing ultimates like the Graviton. The Graviton, I think, is kind of the big thing that's keeping the Franklin Valkyrie in this, and that's giving them their advantage. They're basically kind of poking at, trying to take apart the bunker. Then the Graviton comes online, and they're able to just kind of wipe out everything in one big fight.
Absolutely, and they did just an amazing job using their ultimates to their best advantage, the Valkyrie, and they kept that advantage throughout the whole game. They continued to have a good use of their ultimates. They didn't overcommit and use 4, 5, 6 ultimates in one fight. It was always 1, 2, and maybe a third support ult just in case and things like that, and they were able to make a really good job of this. Looks like they are opting to brawl right here at the cart, and that is exactly what they need to do here. The Hydra want to stop them in their tracks, and they're going to opt to come around on the other side, which is a really good choice. But it'll be a little bit of a poke match.
Yep, they're trying to keep them boxed in their spawn. Don't give them an opportunity. Lucio coming through can try and enable this brawl. And Regina Hydra are going to go up right here in the very beginning, but every kill on the Regina Hydra is so damaging because their spawn point is so far.
Absolutely. Now, the one thing that I will say is, just already in the first, handful of seconds of the game, they are already kind of in a little bit of a better spot.
Yeah, even though they lost that fight.
Really contest.
Yeah, even though they lost that fight, I mean, they still stalled the payload quite a bit here. What's really going to be the difference maker is, can they get set up to get a proper defense on this last leg of the first point?
Yeah. They have already started to kind of build their ultimates, and now they're at the same spot that they were on the attacker side, but now from their defending point, they're in the same spot in more amount of time, and that's exactly why they contested early. The early contest didn't quite go as long as they were hoping, but they still did a really excellent job there. But it looks like they're not able to quite set up the defense they want to, and they're continuing to have to fall back. I think they're going to have to give up this point, it looks like.
Yeah, a really great offense here from the... Sorry, I'm blanking out, from the Regina Hydra. I think what they needed to do, what they needed to do to kind of stall this here was to stop those staggers. Those staggers really kind of delayed that group up, and so I think that stopped them from being able to get kind of a strong defense on this first point.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right there. If they could have just waited, those 3-4 more seconds to get all 6 of them and all pushes one, I think they would have been a little bit better off. But a valiant effort nonetheless, and they are now inside. There is 4 minutes and 15 seconds in the time bank here. A really, really good beginning for Franklin.
All right, so we're going to keep our eyes on the prize here with Zarya. Graviton coming in time for effect here. Right on the bridge. Pop
there it
the
is.
ultimate. Where's the follow-up? Can we see it? Windows coming through.
Not quite enough.
Yeah, you know, the window is a great, amazing damage, but it's not the kind of burst that you need when you're trying to combo something with something like a Graviton Surge.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like they're still able to get the leg up that they needed to push the Franklin off this point. But looks like Roadhog is going to say no, pick up a couple kills along with the 76, and they are going to turn this fight around. Wow, they were on the back foot there, and you know, they decided, you know what, no, we can win this, and they turned around, got those kills that they needed, and are continuing to push the point here.
What I really love about that play there from the Franklin Valkyrie was the disengage. The disengage was really smart. You know, they said they knew that the ultimate, that the Graviton Surge was there. They said, we're going to play around the Graviton, you know, and try and just give them as little value as possible from it, and then we'll come back in and re-engage with our ultimates after they've already expended theirs.
All blue there. A team kill coming in for the Valkyrie. That was huge.
Beautiful
like
play there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like the Hydra are going for a little bit more of a stall. I was thinking about the Symmetra, but looks like she's going to change up for the Widow. Ooh, there could be some plays here with this. They don't have a lot of time, so they're going to have to get a move on and stall this point.
Yeah, I like the Widow swap here. I think the Symmetra wasn't getting to kind of really shine in this fight here. Not really being able to kind of close the distance like they were hoping.
Yeah, the Symmetra swap, I understand if you're in like the 11th hour and you need that TP, but they weren't quite there yet. They definitely were wanting to contest, but it doesn't look like the Widow was the last one there trying to contest. Sombra coming in, the back contest. Let's see how long she's going to survive there. She has to back up, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Yep. And it looks like the Franklin Valkyrie are going to pull it off. Excellent work.
Well played to the Franklin Valkyrie, and well played to the Regina Hydra. Honestly, you know, just a composition change, and I think they could have been much better. You know, their actual execution was pretty good. They just didn't have the tools, the combos that they needed to really capitalize on their Zarya's ult on that defense.
Absolutely, and you know, you see from the Valkyrie, the thing that I think, you know, really pushed them ahead was, like you said, those ultimate combos, the grab into the dragons, you know, a lot of very good grab plays. Oh, just, you know, absolute baseline. Did a very good job with that. But you know, some of those combos that you saw coming in really made the difference, and that's just what I think the Hydra, they know what they have to work on, and they're gonna do it. Absolutely.
So the Hydra are gonna go into the elimination bracket for this series of matches as the Franklin Valkyrie take it 2-0 in the best of 3 series and advance in the winners bracket.
Really awesome from both teams. We saw a lot of, you know, we got to see both teams shine at different times. You know, it wasn't just a one-way complete sweep from either team. You know, we were able to see both teams really show their stuff, and it was awesome.
Yeah, you know, I always like to say that the scoreboard never tells the story. You know,
absolutely.
These fights, these moments are much closer than the scoreboard will let you, than the 2-0 here will tell you. What we see here, what we see in these fights are, you know, these just key moments, these really small micro plays that build up over time. And so, you know, those things just kind of snowball into victories for teams over time. And what I think we're going to be looking to see here in the next upcoming matches, hopefully, is once we get into these later bracket matches, these teams that are making these little micro plays, it kind of turns into a game of who's going to make the fewest mistakes.
Yeah, and that is exactly how it is. You know, you've got two teams that are doing their absolute best, and it's not about which team is better. It really comes down to what team is making the fewest mistakes and making sure that everything that they're doing is just perfection almost, and that is what really pushes them that extra mile.
Absolutely. And one of the things I want to touch on here is the scoreboard doesn't tell the story. There's another part to that. At XP League, we really, really harp and emphasize how success is not victory. Success is improvement. Success is effort. You know, if you're putting in effort, if you're improving, if you're focusing on your success being defined around how much effort you put in and how much you improve personally, that's going to make the biggest difference in your overall development as a player. Because over time, if you focus on improvement, if you focus on how much effort you put in, you will win more just by focusing on improvement rather than focusing on the victory that's right in front of you.
Absolutely. Very well said, Julian.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and cut it to a commercial. We'll be right back with more Overwatch action while we find another match to highlight for today. For the next match, I'm going to be taking a break, and I'll be subbed in by Bryonic for this next match. So keep it right here on twitch.tv/XP League for more Overwatch. We'll be here for the next 5-6 hours streaming some great matches here for the day. Thank you, everyone. Give us a follow, leave a comment, share with your family and friends, and support the players here doing their absolute best and putting their hearts into this.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies, it depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by Dad, alright. Push up with me, push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes,
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to dead. Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
And they take it, it's so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it, they're so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies, it depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Again from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boop Siva!
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Nice job. Go, group in now. Push in. We don't have to. Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it, and so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it, and so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies, it depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Get from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by Dad, alright. Push up with me, push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does.
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boop
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Oh, nice job. Go, group in now. Push in. We don't have to dead. Good game. Good.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
And they take it, they're so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
And they take it, they're so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies, it depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Get him from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
You don't need to back so we can go set.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked right now. Dad, all right, push up with me, push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Steve!
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to get. Good game. Good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here again with some more Overwatch. I am Aaron Cottrell, and I am joined by Bryonic.
How's it going, Aaron?
It's going well. having just a great time here, enjoying some Overwatch, watching these kids go toe to toe here, and this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. And throughout the day, we saw a couple of good matches already. So, who's your favorite coming into this latter half of the day?
Well, I don't know that I'm gonna pick a favorite quite yet. We just saw the Hydra play, and they definitely have a strong team coming into this. I have not seen this other team play, the NOC Kraken. I have not seen them play it, so I'll let you know after after like the first round or whatever. But I'm excited to see the Hydra play again. They had a really good game just here a few moments ago, and hopefully they're still fired up and ready for this next round.
Definitely. And going through the last time I was here, we were watching the Triangle Wolves take on the Alpha Mason Marvel, which looks like they made it pretty far in the bracket, as they're going to be looking to take on the Franklin Shogun. So, between those two, who do you think has the upper hand?
Oh man, both very, very strong teams. I have seen both of them play, and I think I might give the edge to the Shogun just a little bit. I know some of the staff over there, and I know their coaching, kind of what they're going for, and I think they might have a little bit of an edge. But anything can happen in these games, as we've seen so far.
And you said you know the staff.
Into what they got going on, but we will see. But here, the match at hand, we've got Regina Hydra and North OC Kraken, and they're actually on control. I'm not sure. All of our first rounds are control, so that would be true for Madison. But here, I think that again, I think they're going to want to look at that kind of brawl comp. They're hovering Oasis right now. I'm not sure if that's where they're going to be starting at, but we will see. It is a very, very good map to start out with. I really enjoy Oasis. There's a lot of, depending on the map you're on, there's a lot of different angles that you can be hitting from, and that makes for a very dynamic fight. And it's just a really, really entertaining watch. And I think I'm kind of hoping for a little bit of Oasis. We saw some Nepal during our last match. Also very good. A lot of environmental kills that we saw there. Saw some excellent plays coming in from both teams, and we'll see what we got going on. I'm very optimistic, though. I think this is going to be an excellent match.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw these two teams go the whole three. And
absolutely,
with these two teams, it seems like they like to make their presence known early, try to get the first hit in, and get the opposition off kilter. So it's pretty much the old adage, immovable object meets an unstoppable force. Well, take out the immovable object, add another unstoppable force, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing here right now with this round.
Yeah, just two forces going toe to toe, and really, really interesting seeing what kind of compositions these teams kind of lend themselves to, as we're going in. We'll see what these teams start to pick off the bat, and we'll get kind of a feel for what they're wanting to play. Now, we saw a little bit of the Hydra already. We saw kind of what they're looking at. They like to go a little bit more of a they tried the bunker style, and different things like that. Obviously, they're not going to be able to get that kind of on this map. They're going to want to go a little more brawly. I think a Pharah on this map would be a really, really good choice. Maybe even a Junkrat or two. You know, both sides. I'm just kidding. 2-on-1 team, but you know, we'll see. It looks like we've got the picks coming in. Looks like we've got a Tracer and McCree for the DPS on the side of the Hydra, and they've got a Hog and a Wrecking Ball, which is a really interesting tank choice. Two kind of more off tanks there is going to, I don't know, it's gonna either, I think it could go either way for them. Diva Reinhardt on the tank side of the Krakens, and I think that is an excellent choice.
Team's kind of going with a close quarter combat type setup.
Absolutely, a little more brawly. They've got May, they've got the Achilles team. Looks like the Hydra going around here. Looks like the Kraken were thinking about falling. They're like, you know what, we should probably go get on point. That's a good choice there. The ball wanted to maybe try and get environmentals off the back half of Hydra opting to take the high ground here, getting very, very good choice. I think that is going to go well for them. Yep, Cassidy getting the first pick here. Oh, he gets pinned! It's taken away! Oh, man! The Reinhardt there, taking no prisoners, just comes and sweeps to get the return. Looks like the Kraken might clean this up. There aren't very many left on the side of the Hydra, but the ball is frozen. Maybe he can escape! Oh, he escaped.
Skin of his teeth.
Wow. Really, that's good though. You know, he definitely didn't want to pick there. He wanted to be able to just go back and reset with his team. And got a big Bionade from the Ana, but it looks like they're not going to capitalize. They're just going to back away and try to go around. It looks like the team's a little bit split up here, and that's going to cost them for sure.
Unless you're trying to flank on the other side, but I don't think that's exactly their game plan.
Not quite. They just didn't quite commit to either decision, and you know that's where a really strong team dynamic, which is kind of what we're really all about here at XP League. That is exactly what the Kraken brought to the table. They knew exactly. They're like, okay, we're gonna fight as one all together, and the Hydra, that honestly is a little uncharacteristic of them. They had been a lot more cohesive in their last game. I think this comp here that they're running might not necessarily be what they normally are doing. They are
yeah, right now it seems like it's just lack of communication on the side of the Hydra, which, like you said, not exactly a normal thing to happen for these guys. And on the other side, the North OC Kraken, they're playing to their strength. And their strength is, sometimes to a fault, just play as one unit and watch each other's backs. But sometimes when a team splits up and tries to flank them from behind, that's where he seems to get them. I think that's what kind of did him in their first matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out for them.
Here comes the ball here with the minefield. This is going to be big. He's trying to make some plays here. Got one pick coming in from the side of the Hydra. There's two, but it looks like it's all tied up. But the Kraken are finishing things out here, and it looks like it might go the way of the Kraken. Overtime taking down. Can the Roadhog touch? Does touch, but not for very long. Overtime taking down here, and it looks like first point going to go to the Krakens.
Excellent game played by the Kraken. They had a game plan, they executed, and they really kept it together. They didn't falter, they didn't stutter. They kept to their wits, and they played out the game. What do you think is the most important part for the Kraken in order to kind of finish this one out?
They want to finish this out. They continue to kind of do what they're doing, just staying as a unit. You've got the ball that is trying to go in for the flank. If you can quickly stun him, shut him down, that takes a very, very large player away from the Hydra, and it ends up costing them. But it looks like they're going to swap here, go off the ball, go to a more dive-heavy comp, and this was a very good swap for them. Really good choice, and it looks like we've got pretty much the same comp coming in from the Kraken.
Right now, kind of a meager battle in the middle here, trying to gain position. And opting to take the high ground again is Regina. Yeah. And it's really paying dividend here so far.
Absolutely. The Pharah trying to get a good flank. You got the pharmacy combo going wrong. There is, you know, a little bit of scan on the side of the Krakens, and it looks like it's gonna go for him. That is exactly what they want to see. A May killing a Pharah, not something you see every day, but definitely a very good pick here, and that is going to clean up that first fight. First side going to Krakens.
The hampering down right now is the Kraken, making themselves at home at the objective, and busting in right now is Regina, trying to pinch off the main side. Don't think that's gonna work in their favor though. They seem to have that hampered down.
Yeah, the Winston trying to go in there, I think he just overextended a little bit and ended up costing him. It's like the 76 is in a little bit of a dangerous spot here, and Lucio's coming after him. A little back and forth there, but it doesn't look like there's any kills coming that way, but he's in a very dangerous spot. Looks like the May coming up to meet him, and I think he is going to fall here. Yep, that is a big stagger. Not quite what you want to see. He was really occupied. He didn't have anywhere to go. I think honestly, if I were him in that position, he would just walk off the edge of the map, reset. It's like the Pharah not seeing the flank from behind. Oh, we gotta pause here. Maybe some kind of a disconnect because that ult came online, and the Pharah was not moving in any way. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I think in that match, what you were talking about, and I think it was Regina XLP 3, he actually had a plan, and I think it's something that Regina's been trying to do. First and foremost, is trying to sneak in that flank plan a little bit. They had the attack going in the front part, but when he flanked around, it's a good idea, but he's alone, and like you said, it's an awkward situation to have yourself be a 1v3 and trying to take them all down. So I kind of agree with you. He should have just walked off, reset, and got back into the battle with his team.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, his team was already kind of on the back foot there, and you know, the flank, it definitely has its potential. 76, not a huge flanking champion, just as a whole. You know, maybe a Reaper or Sombra, someone like that, who's going to be a little bit more sneaky about it. Be a good choice for a flank there. But the 76, not quite what they wanted to see as their flanker. It was a valiant attempt, I will say. You know, you see these guys, they're trying to pull off something a little bit more cheeky, and I can respect that. I can understand trying to, you know, throw the enemy off their game. You know, if they, the idea there, drawing some people away from the front line so that your team can push in and clear up what's left of the front line, and then kind of come in and, you know, you sacrifice one for the greater good of the rest of the 5 coming in and cleaning up kind of probably 3 and 3 at a time, depending on who goes to deal with the 76. You know, very good attempt, but didn't quite pay off. I think they were just a little bit short on coordinating that the perfect way they wanted to. Looks like we are back and going to continue this fight up at 60% here on the side of the Kraken, and they're in a really commanding spot here. They are holding the Hydra at spawn almost, but it looks like they might opt to back up a little bit. Oh no, Mercy, far rather cut down right on a spawn as Mercy brings it back up to res. They definitely need to get in there. They've got the dive. It's, you know, it's what they want to see. Now they just have to kind of execute that dive in the best way that they can. They are in definitely a tough spot here though. They've got
definitely with a lot of. It's really open right now, and with very little cover, you see that they're starting to break out. There's the offensive that they needed. They need to get that main shield point in order to force them back. And right now, it's a good job that they even got out of their spawn, and they're trying to get this recap. But right now, the Kraken seem like they're kind of hampering it down right now.
It doesn't look like it's very close to the monkey contesting on the point. He is hanging in for dear life, but it looks like he gets cut down by a shatter. You know, you really saw the big commit there from the side of the Hydra. They sent that Pharah ult, tried to make work of that. The D.Va, you know, ate up all those rockets with her defense matrix, and then they tried to send a bomb in, and May ice-walled it off immediately, and it was just beautiful counters to both those ultimates from the side of the Kraken, and they were able to really just make those ultimates not get the use that they were hoping out of them. So very, very strong start here from the Krakens. The Hydra have their work cut out for them.
I feel like the Kraken really took it to the house there. They battled hard in the paint. And when it came to just hampering down, that's the one thing that they didn't do against the Loudoun Wolves that they, I think, made the adjustment here, is they have really hampered down their defense. They're not letting anybody in. They're allowing each other to kind of play off.
They had a really good start. They pulled the bunker comp off really well, throwing that Bastion onto the point. And when they played the Valkyrie, actually, the Valkyrie had, and wasn't necessarily a mistake. It was just, you know, because neither team knows which one the other one's going to run. The Valkyrie opted for a farther away approach. They went with more hit scan, and was able to. With that being said, they were able to push quite a bit on the first point before there was even a contest from the side of the Valkyrie in our last match. And it looks like they're going to be on attack again starting here. And that's exactly where they want to be. I think they're going to run that bunker again. They did it very well last time. They had a little bit of an issue once they got knocked off the point, getting back on. But if they can get a really clean bunker going, I think the Kraken are going to have a tough time really breaking it. But it looks like there's a chance the Kraken might be doing kind of the same thing here. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, and I think right now with kind of operators that they have set, it's going to be interesting to see how they set this up, because it's a really linear path. It's not like any other map where you can try to get onto high grounds and get different angles, but it's just like a straight shot, and it's just that one alley. So it's going to be interesting if they want to see if they can keep it at range, keep them at a distance, or if they want to take them on head on.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got both teams running a little bit more of a bunker. This is going to be a very interesting fight. They've got a little bit of, they've got their work cut out for them, but they're up on a cart already, and they're going to start threading each other. And then just the Bastions going to work, trying to cut down each other's team, and it looks like the Kraken are going to get the lead here. Very, very good work of focusing down those targets that needed to go down first, and now the Hydra, I think, need to change it up here. I don't think they're going to be able to get set up again. Is that... Wait, the Hanzo's behind them, and they don't know. They have absolutely no idea. This is going to be the play. If they pull this off,
they can pull this off.
Oh, and it doesn't look like... Oh, he gets cut down so quickly.
Almost. Like, if he would have just stuck up, like, that's what I was talking about. Take another guy with you, get a little bit more reinforcement, because that would have been a huge play.
Ooh. That was really good stop there for the tire, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. But you're absolutely right. He needed to have the buddy system going. I don't think he, just with the of how that first fight went, it didn't seem like he really had that option. I think everyone else had died, but as a valiant effort, it looks like he's going to opt to swap to the Racer here. Good choice.
Yeah, and that was a very valiant effort. I mean, like I said, he could have had that, and that would have been a huge part of the game. So it was a very smart play to try to flank them, but it's just it didn't work out, and that's unfortunate for Hydra.
He actually attempted to go for it again, but was struck down there by Junkrat. Junkrat very easily, just a couple of shots that are able to get to those tracers, and I think that's just what happened there. I appreciate the attention because he knows he did that back fight there, and that live spike almost had it, but the Orisa just ended up, her large horse body kind of got in the way there, and ended up eating up a lot of those shots that were intended to be bad.
Yeah, right now, Hydra, they're cornered. They're absolutely cornered.
And this is not where they want to be on attack. They only have a minute and a half left to try and get to the first point. And if they can get under, they're going to be in a little bit better of a spot. But that Sigma having a huge flux and just an amazing combo there, bringing everyone up to look right down the barrel of a Bastion, and he's able to cut them down. Very, very excellent use of that ultimate there.
Turkey Turtle, man, putting in the work. He's able to kind of drive him back a little bit.
Absolutely. Saw he was on fire there, and for good reason. He is doing an excellent job of kind of zoning off the Hydra. Here, tire. Let's see where it goes. Oh, it's huge! T-Serpent picking up 4 there. That just completely puts that fight to an end. He picks up 5, and oh my goodness, what an ultimate T-Serpent! Wow.
Lays a trap for his prey.
And that just clears it up. It absolutely clears up the battlefield here.
Yeah, and with the Baptiste no longer being one of the healers, they actually might have been during that fight, but just didn't have too much mortality to his ready to stop that fire. Just an excellent kind of opportunity there from Caesar. So that looks like the point is going to get cleared up. Overtime ticking down. Oh, the headshot coming in, and looks like no context is just trying to board people down, and overtime takes away, and that is the end of the first attack here. Hydra didn't get quite as far as they would have hoped for sure, and I think the Kraken are in a really good position here. They know that if, you know, 1 or 2 fight losses could cost them the game here because they are going to have a long, long walk back from their spawn.
Yeah, and I think with the Hydra right now, it's gonna be a gamble. If you go full brawler, which I don't think they did, like not entirely.
Yeah,
Let's show them what we can do.
It's decently brawly. They're definitely gonna want to be. They're definitely gonna be trying to hold those spawn doors. They've got the teleporter
Yeah,
up
you
top.
can see her right there.
Yep.
Trying. It's a gamble, and if it pays off, then I mean, we're gonna see a little bit of extra play here, but it seems right now it's gonna be a bloodbath for these guys coming out of the doors.
Yep. We're gonna see how it goes, and both of the turrets just Symmetra, her beam charging up and start doing a lot more damage, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Sea Serpent getting the kill here, looks like, but
They're holding it.
It's like you said,
holding
bloodbath. Absolutely bloodbath. Things are happening faster than I can speak. Indeed was a bloodbath, but looks like the Kraken picked that up, and Hydra are
they're gonna be forced back. That's why I said it was a big gamble, because if you don't get that, and these guys come out of their spawn, you're kind of, you know, I would give an expletive here, but it's not exactly family friendly. So it's they're gonna have to really battle back here and make another kind of checkpoint almost, and keep them from getting to the top of this hill here, or else I think it's gonna be a loss for the Hydra.
And it looks
right
like
now,
the Hydra are going to fall here to the Kraken. And it was a valiant effort, but they just, you know, the walk from spawn was just a little bit too long. They weren't able to contest quick enough there, and it was a very good game. The Kraken doing an excellent job here. Here comes the tire from Sea Serpent that was the nail in the coffin for that attack round. Really excellent for both teams, but you know, the Kraken just pulled it off for sure.
Yeah, it was a good way for the Kraken. They really showed their dominance, especially after that first round loss against the London Wolves. With the sort of teamwork that they've had and the kind of battle plans that they were able to scrum up, nothing shook them. Even in that last match, when they tried to set them up and spawn trap them, they didn't. They had no holds quarter. They came out and they just battled hard.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the harsh hold at the spawn doors is, you know, like you said before, is definitely a gamble. Didn't end up paying off for the Hydra, but it was, you know, it was a very, very good fight. And, you know, I think that was definitely the best option they had, because they know, you know, if you hold from far back, that they're going to get those first few inches that are crucial to, you know, not, you know, you can't have them get that, because when the, you know, the defeat screen was only, you know, 6 meters away or whatever, or however far it was, you know, 60 meters or whatever, they know that they have to hold and fight to the last man to pull out even just a draw on that map. believe that is actually, I believe since they are in elimination bracket, that does take the Hydra out of the competition, the Kraken, moving forward. So congratulations to the Kraken for that excellent victory. We've got a lot more Overwatch action for you guys today. I am super excited, and I just can't wait to see some more.
I can't wait either. It's going to be fun.
So we'll cut to a little bit of a break here, and we'll see you guys real soon.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Shoot it from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boop
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Oh, nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it. It's so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
And they take it, they circle it, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
Get up from above. I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, alright. Push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boop
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of a team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Oh, nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the Grand Finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close. Stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the Grand Finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ref it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being battle mercenary.
Yes, battle.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. We're going to be seeing a great matchup here against the Triangle Hydra and the Wolves. Coming back to this matchup, it seems like my camera is down. Sorry. It seems like these guys are going to be looking to go towards more of a tank kind of battle, so it looks more close-cornered than usual as we get started here right now. A little bit of a Kobe Bryant action. You see them with the basketball. That's pretty cool. Pre-game kind of thing. They're coming up through the site, and I think Hydra's going to try to choke him here. Out to the main choke point. Coming in through, kind of trying to flank around, and that flank does kind of work as they force them back into a kind of backs against the wall kind of thing. And back the other way, the Hydra trying to force the Valkyrie back. Doing a good job so far, just staying alive. And there comes the ball, and that one gets eliminated. Good kill there by YT Skull for the Valk as they hold down the corner. Right now, the Valk looks like they are controlling the site right now and coming into flank. Steam Beast gets reverted back by YT Skull as Lime Beast again trying to find a way and finally gets reinforcements as the tank comes in. The ball comes in, and then back the other way comes a flank. On the right side, you saw your screen, a lone straggler, and that'll get the attention of Hydra.
All right, and now, I'm back here. I'm back ready to go.
Welcome back.
Let's see, what did I miss here? Looking at this, the Franklin Valkyrie have given himself a nice little cushion here, a little bit of a lead to go straight into it, and a lead in the ultimate economy as well. 2 ultimates, almost 3 coming into this next fight. Let's take a look at the Reinhardt v. Reinhardt battle that's going to be happening here to see who can get the better Earthshatter off in this next fight. Earthshatter coming out already from the Reinhardt on the Triangle Hydra. Unfortunately, not enough to break the defense here on that choke point.
Yeah, right now I was mentioning that they tried to flank out the Hydra, the Valkyrie did, but just didn't work out in their favor.
85% on the objective. One last chance for the Triangle Hydra to push this in here. It looks like the Triangle Hydra actually down a player. We can see that they have a CPU Zenyatta subbed in. As part of our rule set, you can substitute a missing player for a bot. So it looks like Triangle Hydra are playing down a man here, and it's and I think it's definitely showing in the results here.
Yeah, just so much that a bot can do, especially. I think it's more hard because of the communication factor. Can't exactly tell a bot what to do, but that's just the hand that they're dealt. They're gonna have to try to play through it.
That's true. You know, how they adapt to this and how they play around this is going to be everything in the world for them. So, you know, maybe something that doesn't need, maybe a composition that doesn't need as much healing, since they're not really going to be able to depend on that second support there. So they'll have to essentially have a solo support. So something that has a lot of self-sustain, something that can brawl on the point and keep itself alive going into this fight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one thing that the bot, I don't think, is going to be too much of a hindrance, but just the fact that, you know, you're having that one missing teammate, and that's got to sting if you're the Hydra.
But holding out pretty well. trading eliminations here. They're only down 1 in this fight here, but the Triangle Hydra are going to stabilize, but the Franklin Valkyrie are going to stabilize and take control of the point right off the bat.
Valkyrie really battling hard here, and when it comes to kind of like matchup v matchup, I think right now you're seeing like a lot of just strategies being unfolded here as you see the off-kilter shot in the back, and then there's now Zenyatta. Did get that? Zenyatta, that's a tongue twister for me, I don't know why. Just trying to flank from the back, and again, kind of ill-advised flank, but again, it being a bot, you can't really tell it that. It's just gonna do
What I'm noticing a lot of is the Franklin Valkyrie are doing an amazing job of staggering the Triangle Hydra here. They're making it really hard for them to group up, getting lots and lots of time and progress on that objective. While because every time that one of your teammates gets staggered or dies early or dies late, that's another 5-10% on the objective for the enemy team.
And right now, with the Hydra just trying to do anything they can to bust into even the center courtyard, Franklin Valkyrie, they're really hampering up the defense. You can see them firing on all cylinders here.
And the ultimate I'm really looking out for here is going to be this Reinhardt Earthshatter from the Franklin Valkyrie and the Echo ult right here. I mean, this ult right here, this could be a real game changer and flip the point for them. Let's see who's Echo gonna copy here.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Goes for the Zarya. Looks like they're gonna try and build out a Graviton. Running out of time on the duplication. Can't quite make it out. Franklin Valkyrie taking out this objective very nicely.
All right, now it seems like the Valkyrie just trying to lock this thing up. The ball gets destroyed, and now overtime winding down, and the Valkyrie are going to be taking this first round of this first map, and now we're going to have to see how the Hydra going to respond here.
Play of the game.
Now let's watch this play of the game here from YT Skull on Cassidy. Let's see what they did here. YT Skull definitely doing very well here. Nice little quick high noon to a very nice, very clean headshot on the Echo there.
Epic.
Definitely. And coming into this next one, Hydra is definitely going to have to try to hamper back and see what they can kind of get away with almost, because this Valkyrie team, they're playing on all cylinders, as I mentioned. They're showing their kind of might here early against the Hydra. And when it comes to talking about the Triangle Hydra, it just seems like they're working, they're trying different strategies, but those strategies just aren't exactly playing through. So coming into this payload matchup, what do you see happening here for the Triangle Hydra?
So for the Triangle Hydra, I think what I really want to see is everyone sticking together as much as they can. The biggest thing that kind of players have to learn when they jump into XP League and they start playing as a team is in solo queue, you can wander off, you can go on your, your solo adventure, your side quests, you can go for weird angles, you can say, oh, I'm going to flank and it's going to be fine, if my team does something, they do something, if they don't, whatever. But as a team, when everyone's coordinating and pushing all the same time, I mean, it's just so much easier to coordinate when everyone is together, moving together like as a big ball, rather than trying to coordinate everybody taking different angles and engaging at once. So I think what I want to see from the Triangle Hydra is just a little more solidarity and playing around their tanks more.
And it seemed like in that first matchup, that's what Valkyrie did really well, was just playing around each other and kind of rallying through in the center of the courtyard and the objective. And when it comes to this next payload map, there's going to be a lot of sightlines
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a big opportunity for the Hydra to capitalize on the Valkyrie using depending so much on their tanks. I think what they have is they have good range damage to that McCree through that Junkrat, but what they could really capitalize on is maybe some kind of burst damage through a dive composition, or they could just play the poke battle, but they may not work out for them. I think what they have to do is they have to have very fast fights. They have to have quick fights. They can't let these fights drag on. So the faster these fights are for them, I think the better chance the Triangle Hydra will have. So I think going into it, probably a dive composition, something with more mobility that can get them in very quickly, so that these fights don't drag on.
Just dragging out battles, seeing if they can get the Valkyrie kind of off their rocker, just off balance. I personally, for me, again, this is my first day kind of like calling for Overwatch. That's something that I've seen with a lot of successful teams, is that they try to strike first, try to get the other team off balance, and just keep hammering away at them. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's how the Valkyrie are going to try to force that on Hydra coming into this next payload map.
All right, I hear the didgeridoos in my ear. That must mean they've picked Junkertown for their next map going into this match. And I actually like this pick a lot from the Triangle Hydra. Junkertown is a map that is very momentum based. You know, if you get a little bit of momentum in the beginning in that second zone, you can really snowball that. So even if you're playing at a little bit of a deficit, you can really make big plays happen on Junkertown. So I actually really like this from the side of the Triangle Hydra.
Yeah, and right now it's just going to be important how they set up this initial attack. They have a chance to kind of keep them trapped in the spawn if they can kind of position this right. But it's not exactly like the last map that we saw last round, where it's one central location, and if you lose out on the spawn, then you're completely, out of the game. With these guys, they have multiple chances and multiple angles to try to keep it at a checkpoint level. So we're just gonna have to see what's gonna go on in this match.
Cheeky Junkrat putting his trap and his mines right at the front door. As soon as you walk out, tons of damage. Junkrat already 56% of the way to his ultimate. I mean, only 20 seconds into the match and tons of ultimate charge there. Gonna get an early ultimate. Might be really important later on going into these next fights here as the Franklin Valkyrie push the payload.
As you can see, Ball there kind of sneakily waiting for the payload. Probably going to be striking as soon as he sees them cross his sight line.
Man, they're playing a little bit of a hitman or something right now, hiding in the shadows, hoping to maybe find a health pack somewhere.
And you see the ball coming in, but he misses his mark. I think he was trying to get on top of the payload and see if he could put on a little bit more damage, but not able to get it just how he wanted. And now pushing back the other way, Franklin Valkyrie with 3 people on the payload, 2 near it, trying to defend it, and Hydra kind of being pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, if you take a look, you can see kind of the silhouettes. Like, I'm gonna fly up really high. Look how separated the Triangle Hydra are. You've got 4 players at spawn. You got two tanks over here. I mean, that kind of staggering, that kind of separation is gonna. You're taking a 1v6. You're taking a 2v6. I mean, these kind of fights they're basically been playing at a disadvantage every single fight just because of how separated they've been playing here.
Yeah, and it seems like we're a little over a minute into this one, and they're already halfway to the objective. Already took the first checkpoint. Now they're threatening to take the second one. And if you're the Hydra, at this point you're just trying to rely on this latter half third checkpoint. That's very defensive heavy. At least the part of the map is, and see if you can just hamper them down there.
Yeah, I think the real stand for the Triangle Hydra is going to be this third point here. This third point, spawns are just so close that even if you die, you're back in the fight in about 20 seconds or less. But, you know, that being said, they're managing to drain the clock just a little bit here. You've got 2, 3, you know, a good, decent stall attempt here. You know, they've already burned 30 seconds, so, you know, even if they, you know, wipe right here and lose, you know, they've done their job, I think. I think they've wasted enough time from the Franklin Valkyrie to make this a worthwhile stall.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, the wipe did happen, and they already cleared out a big chunk of time. So, good job there. Just gonna have to try to push as hard as they can in this latter half.
CPU Zenyatta being the hero, using their ultimate right there at the door. Gotta love it.
CPU for the win.
All right, nice
Good
hooks
push
coming
here.
in.
Yeah.
Taking a look at these ultimates, I mean, the Franklin Valkyrie just have so many ultimates to work with here. How the Triangle Hydra choose to deal with these ultimates is going to be basically everything here. Luckily for them, Franklin Valkyrie used 5 of their ultimates and are not going to have as many ultimates going into this next fight. So I think this is right where I expect the Triangle Hydra to stabilize.
You see a good elimination there by Beast Tamer. And back the other way, trying to flank him out is the tank. He gets decked.
Oh,
and we have another pause here. And actually, you know what? Good place to pause. As you can see, 3 people on the payload, about 3 minutes 49 left to go. And they're already halfway to the checkpoint. So, talking about how the rest of this match is going to go, what do you think is going to be the key factor if the Hydra look to make a proverbial goal line stand here?
I think what we're going to want to see here is really enabling your tanks and your DPS as much as possible. So right here, Roadhog's doing a great job. They're actually synergizing pretty well with their support. But what I really want to see here is put all their focus into one category. I mean, you can kind of see here, we've got the Wrecking Ball. We've got the Wrecking Ball almost at their ult. We've got a Reaper. We've got the Genji. We've got these different heroes that are playing in different styles. So I think what they got to do is kind of like pick one thing, one aspect of these play styles and just absolutely go all in on that to maximize their kind of chances here.
Now, right now, they seem to be wiping out the Valkyrie. They got everybody off the payload. And now, trying to rebound here is YT Skull, kind of alone here in no man's land. Yeah, I think he may be lagging out. Yeah.
Yeah, YT Skull seeming to have some connections issues there, but they're clearing up a little bit here as they jump back into the action. Nice charge from the Reinhardt, going to take out the Roadhog. Pulse Bomb in the back line doesn't catch anyone, but an Earth Shatter is going to take out the back line as Moira desperately throws out that ult, just trying to stabilize here, maybe hold them back just a little longer, give their team a chance to regroup and get back in it.
And a good push there by Tangle XP2. That one, excuse me, Triangle XP2. Trying to kind of get everybody out of the way of the payload here and try to keep everybody clear of the zone. But as you can see, the payload making its way, and the round is complete. I think it's going to be 3 points here for Franklin Valkyrie, and that's going to be 3 big points on the board. But Triangle Hydra did a good job on that goal line stand, keeping the time remaining to 2:25.
So here's the thing about Junkertown. You know, yes, that the Franklin Valkyrie pushed it all the way, but this is a map that, like I said, very momentum, very swingy. It's very possible, very possible that the Triangle Hydra are going to be able to fully complete the map as well. So really, what they're aiming to do, their goal here, is to try to just get as much time on the clock with that completion. You can see on the board, 2 minutes and 25 seconds for the Franklin Valkyrie with that completion. So if it goes into overtime, they'll have 2 minutes and 25 seconds to push the payload again as far as they can. So the Triangle Hydra are going to be looking to get as much time on that bank as they can.
Definitely. And with 23 seconds to kind of prep here, how do you see the Franklin Valkyrie setting up their defense?
So what I see here is I see basically the exact same play with a Junkrat right here spamming these doors. They're playing a very close composition with the D.Va, Reinhardt, Junkrat, lots and lots of close burst damage, not to mention the McCree, who excels at dueling in mid to close range battles.
And it looks like they're just trying to keep everybody kind of stuffed in their own zone. And again, I said it last time, and I'll say it again here, it's a gamble, but especially with Junktown being the map, it's not going to be too, risk versus reward here, is if you get squad wiped, you just get the reset back in the second checkpoint. So right now, they have the whole map to try to defend, and it seems like, God, the Triangle Hydra are not exactly getting their way here, but now they're able to kind of bust out and get onto the payload here.
Yeah, I really like this adaptation, the switch to the Symmetra here. I think that's going to synergize much better with the composition that they have and give them more opportunities to make this comeback. The Symmetra already doing great work, kind of tearing into these tanks, just being a real thorn in the side there, I say, as they go down here.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that you can be right now if you're on the Triangle Hydra. You need to just be as annoying as possible. You need to get these guys out of their comfort zone. You need to get them to kind of make plays that they wouldn't usually. As you can see, the tank and the ball just kind of spreading out a little bit. And right now that tank's doing a good job on keeping the Hydra out of play, as I say that he is kind of facing a 3-on-1. And YT Skull coming in trying to help. Tank gets destroyed, and now coming back the other way, Beastmaker.
And YT Skull here, just playing a little bit of aim lab, just do a little bit of aim training here as they take really nice sight lines and just fire away, just pumping so much damage uncontested.
And it's a good way to charge your ultimate as well. As Beast Tamer right in front, just trying to push his way up. Has someone to his back, and now coming back is Gunflinger trying to get a little bit of health back. Right now, they have 1:39 left, and the payload is moving backwards.
Yeah, they've got maybe two, maybe 3 fights left here on the clock as they try to make a stand here. I think their best opportunity is going to be combining the power of this. Oh, here it is. This is what I was waiting for. This Torbolt was probably, one of their biggest chances to make a comeback here, but all ults coming back here. It's basically the last fight. No reason to hold back. You've got to get some footing.
Yeah, and right now, they're trying to push so hard to that first checkpoint. And Valkyrie, they may be giving an inch, but they're certainly not giving a mile. As every time they move the cart, it's a hard reset, and the Valkyrie seem to be controlling the map almost.
I really love what I'm seeing from the Franklin Valkyrie. I mean, just look how tightly knit they are right here. No one's like super far or going off on kind of solo adventures here. They know to stick together and stay close, and the biggest thing I'm saying is target focus. Their target focus is very, very good here.
Again, I'm more of a physical sports guy, and I think I can speak to a lot of the parents who are watching here. It's kind of like in football when they play man-on-man. That's kind of what I'm seeing right here, is that everybody has their target, and no one seems to be doubled up or seems to be ganged on, as we have 4 seconds left. And the payload, I don't think they're going to get it in time. And here in overtime, you're going to have to see who contests it. And it's just a 50-50 battle right now.
big Diva Bomb clears out 3 of the enemy team all at once. While Ryan tries to make a heroic effort to stall the payload here. And it's going to be it right here as they clean up the last of the Triangle Hydra, making their way to the cart.
Hydra coming back here.
Oh, nice Zenyatta actually. Does a great job of stalling just a little longer.
Yeah, that was a good effort by the individuals on the Hydra to kind of keep them off the payload, but not enough, and the Franklin Valkyrie get this win.
Play of the game.
All right, let's take a look at the play game here from Gunflinger on Wrecking Ball. Nice bombs right there. Separate the teams. Force them into it. And nice little cleanup right there. Great play from Gunflinger.
It's funny, I'm not even sure if there is a kind of technical term for that, but it's just almost like a bowling ball, just trying to knock over the pins and separate the team and have his teammates come in and clean up the trash and just pick them off.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's that's called I think I would call it making space, but definitely going in there, using that ult, making space for their team to move in and follow up on that engagement. Traditionally how we think about kind of the roles working out in Overwatch is we have these tanks that are supposed to go in. They start the fight with these big kind of dangerous abilities where you kind of have to respect it a little bit and give them some space. Otherwise, you're going to get smacked down. Then the rest of the team is able to follow in.
Yeah, most definitely. And we mentioned with the Franklin Valkyrie, did a great job knitting together as a team and holding each other to their own and not letting them get overran. And I think that was the most important part, is that Hydra tried to pick them off and kind of have this mismatch kind of style where they would have the 2-on-1s, the 3-on-2s, but Valkyrie did a good job at selecting their target. And like you said, it was pretty much just a sharpshooter's paradise, creating space and picking your target and making sure that no one gets overran.
Yeah, absolutely. So going into that, nice 2-0 for the Franklin Valkyrie as they progress in the bracket, going farther, hopefully securing their spot for North American Finals, the big thing that all these teams are vying for. North American Finals happening in June 24th to June 26th at Full Sail University's Fortress Esports Arena. And more Overwatch action here to come. We're going to be playing up until the top 4 for each of our Overwatch group brackets. And hopefully we'll get the next match for you guys soon.
Right.
And with that, I'm going to go ahead and kick us off to an ad break, a couple of slides. Go ahead and keep it locked in. Twitch.tv/XP League. Give us a follow. Share it with your family and friends. As we go into the later matches in the bracket, we should see some tougher and tougher competition as things go on.
All right.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dead. All right, push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boop Siva!
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to dead. Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it, they circle, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it, they circle, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Fruit
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of a team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Nice job. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to dead. Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it, they shuffle it, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the Grand Finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close, stuck in overtime.
Game Let the Pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They take it, they're so close, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory in the grand finals.
Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Your journey begins at xpleague.gg.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with some more Overwatch action here. We've got an exciting match for you guys. We've got the Franklin Nomads versus the Hanover Horde. These are two teams that have been with XP League since the very beginning, since before we called ourselves XP League. These teams are some of the best in all of XP League. So get ready for a really exciting match on hand.
Absolutely, some titans here. I recognize some of these names out here, especially on the side of the Horde. I believe the Hit Scan, Pizza Freak Lantern. Those are names that we have seen before, and very excited to see some of these kids play again. They are just so excited, and we are here in the top bracket finals. It's very exciting.
All right, let's see how the Franklin Nomads approach this with their composition, with their approach, as they look to make their first fight here against the former the Overwatch NAF champions.
We got one Reinhardt already down with a Diva out of her mech. This is a really good start here. Pizza Freak getting a pick on Anubis, and Lantern getting a kill on Yank, and that's going to probably clean up this fight pretty quickly. They're not going down without a fight though, still a little bit of a brawl on point. Could be over here for the first fight. Looks like, well, I could be speaking too soon. It looks like they are really holding fast here. This fight still contested, not going either team's way yet.
Lucio here doing a great job on the behalf of Franklin Nomads.
Oh, it's got down there. Oh man, it's again just cleaning that up, and it looks like they get the first attack here. Julian, what do you expect from both these teams? Like, is this so far kind of what you expect composition-wise and just playstyle-wise?
Composition-wise, I'm actually surprised to see the Hanzo here on the side of the Franklin Nomads. I think traditionally they've gone for more hit scan kind of type of characters. So it's interesting to go for this kind of this playstyle here. All right, ultimates coming out on both sides here. Both dragons trading. Let's see.
Right, looks like the mortality field kind of rescues people there, and is pretty good though. Looks like there might be a flip. Could be a little bit of a back cap there. And there it goes. Point flipped. 45% for the Horde. Nomads getting their first cap of the game.
All right, and that's a good result there for the Nomads. Exactly, that's what they want to see before it gets a little too high. Anything before 50%, if you're able to flip that, you can be happy with that for sure.
Absolutely. You want to, even if you let it tick up to about 50%, if you're able to get in there and start getting a good hold, that is, you're definitely in a spot where you can, hold that point for long enough to either reach that equal 50% or, maybe even go further with it. So this is definitely a good start for both teams. Mirroring that kind of tie game. Ooh. And what a shatter!
Beautiful air shatter. Just perfectly timed for that shield drop. Bam, slams it right down. Gonna bring them into a tentative lead here on this first point.
Get behind me.
Nomads having a really great comeback here. Not that it was, it didn't take them very long, obviously, but they had a really good fight there before they took the point, and they are holding strong. And the Horde, they've got a little bit of work cut out for them, but they've definitely got the tools to do it. Oh, huge! Wow! Getting 2 picks. Toonry getting a one of their own, and that is good trades here. It's gonna go the way of the Nomads.
You know, I was expecting that fight to be a big, let's throw a bunch of ultimates here. A lot of ultimates were on deck for both teams, but, just a beautifully well-placed Diva Bomb is going to extend the defense here for the Franklin Nomads.
Oh, Hitscan getting a really good pick on it. That might be the limited edge they need coming into this fight. We've got the ultimates coming out. Hitscan getting a pick on Ladder, and it looks like, oh, it's a huge tire from Pizza Freak. That is going to be what they need to clean up that fight, flip the point in their favor. Pizza Freak, I have seen in a handful of different competitions, and always kind of an 11th hour type of player, making those big plays, big flashy plays on the Junkrat. Just excellent there.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely put that on for play of the game contender for this series.
Absolutely.
So looking at this, Franklin Nomads coming into this, they've got the high noon. Bit of a zoning high noon here with the speed to bring them in past the shield. Beautifully done with the Lucio speed boost to get them past that shield.
That is two very big picks in quad, getting the Rhine piece and picking up the other Reinhardt. There are no more Reinhardts in this fight, and they're hopping on point trying to contest here. It's cut down by Yag. And Pizza Freak falls shortly thereafter. That is going to be a flip of the point. They are in overtime. Looks like it's getting just barely able to touch the point there. And ball on point is a good spot for him to see. He can spin around here, hold as long as he can. Doesn't want to leave the point for very long. He has to hold on to that hit scan. Dragons from downtown. See if he makes any work of it. Here they come.
Speaking of being a hero in the final hour.
Oh man. Pizza Freak going for it, looking for it. He gets Anubis. That's definitely going to be good for him. Hunter's picking up. There are no Lucios in this fight anymore. And Overtime still hanging out there. 99 to 89 is anybody's game still.
This fight's been going on so long. I think that's the second Hanzo Dragon ult.
I believe so. I believe there's been a very long overtime. And as overtime continues, it'll start to tick down faster and faster. Anything beats the point on the side of the Horde, it is going to go away quickly, so they have to be careful and stick to this point as much as they can.
And not only that, once you hit into overtime, the respawn timers get longer and longer and longer until you only have an opportunity to get back.
And there it is, the high noon picking up that pesky Lucio and going away from Nomads. Excellent first point.
Score 1-0. Ready for battle.
Here on Mecha Base, this is one of my favorites if I'm being quite honest. This map is so much fun.
Yeah, I love the variety of play styles that are viable here, from the double sniper to dive to barrier comps. There's so much creativity with this map, and so many opportunities to go for really smart kind of set plays.
3, 2, 1. Round 2.
Pretty normal on both sides for the way of compositions. A little surprised not to see the Pizza Freak on the Junkrat. That's definitely one of his favorites that we can play. And you got that fight on the top that is kind of the staple of this map. There's always, first fight generally up here.
I just want to pull attention to the ultimate charge on this Junkrat, 70% already.
Wow. Yeah, that is big charge for a first fight. That is going to come in really good.
So that early ult put Snowball for them, and that choke point is really rough with the Junkrat spam going down there.
Yeah, it was a really, really good choice for them out of the gate. Making swap is exactly what he wants to do here. He knows how well that could go for them if they can capture it. Like you said, using that choke point to advantage. But it looks like Nomad's holding strong in the beginning there. We're gonna back up, regroup, try to go around the other side.
What I'm noticing in this fight, the exact same thing happened as the first fight, where the Reinhardt goes down early due to that spam damage. They may not have enough sustain with the Lucio, or maybe they're just not timing those immortality fields right. So I think what's going to really come down to whether or not they can get a leg up on this engagement is coordinating just a little bit more with their engagement between tanks and supports.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, with that being said, they're going to need to find a little bit of a different approach. And it looks like they might kind of get it because they came around on the opposite side and were able to push past that choke, and that is exactly where they want to be. But that Reinhardt does fall once again. Unfortunately, they are the Nomads doing an excellent job of making sure the kills down.
Absolutely, these choke points are really, really powerful for the Nomads. Looking into this next fight, what ultimate should we be looking out for?
Pizza Freak on that tire. He's got it ready. Very adept at using it. We saw the 3-man he got in the last game. Here comes one from Letterless.
Oh no!
Oh, Pizza Freak watched it come towards him and just could not get it in time. That's right, he's got one of his own coming up here, but someone's gonna have to touch first, and it just doesn't. Well, it looks like they did make it there. The Deagle went over the wall there, and overtime going to start up here. Pizza Freak needs to get in there, send that tire. Hopefully, he can make some quick work. Here it comes.
Oh, there it is. Super scrappy.
He gets 2. That's exactly what he needed to see, but it looks like it might not be enough. Some of the Hanover are falling left and right. Nomads, very close game here. They are basically all tied up here. That Reinhardt is solo. Lantern picks that up, goes back to the quad, and finish out. Looks like they might even get the flip here. That is exactly what they want to see. Pizza Freak doing exactly what he needed to do right there.
Wow. I mean, Lantern and Pizza Freak took that 2v4, 2v3, no problem there. Great display of skill there from Pizza Freak and Lantern. Let's take a look at Yags and Ladderas and these other team players coming in here for this next match, for this next engagement.
They're coming in from the top side, and this is, you know, we saw this is the fight that they won earlier. And here comes the Dragons. We got 1 down, 2 down. That is going to probably a fight win, most likely for the Horde. They got really good early picks there, and they will clean it up shortly thereafter. Very, very good start. They're keeping their foothold on this point, coming into 40% here. They still got, you know, two or three maybe fights to go.
Now looking here, what's the win condition for the Franklin Nomads here trying to push in through this choke point?
Honestly, if I'm the Nomads, I save all of my ults, because you're 99%. You need 1 cap, and that's basically it. And I think if you are able to bank your ultimates and just simply overwhelm the Horde and get that one quick, a good team kill. But they go in for a flank and a quick back cap. Oh my goodness!
Wow, that was so fast. What a fast rotation.
That was right up up 1 there, and getting a couple more.
Oh my God!
Back in that very well. Wow.
The Nomads are stabilizing this. Wow.
They actually are. It's 2-on-2. This is still anybody's game. We got a couple ultimates coming in, a shatter, a minefield, and it looks like the Horde might flip it back. There they are. There's the flip back. Back on the side of the Horde. They are taking away 75%, 99%. This is anybody's game.
The Horde took it back, but the Nomads definitely made it expensive.
Absolutely. And, you know, they spent their ults completely, had an excellent rotation, and that was exactly what they wanted. Hitscan got his ult, here it comes. Dragon's coming from downtown. Looks like it's not going to pick up anybody quite yet, but it's going to leave them pretty low, so they definitely are wary here. There goes the Lucio beat. That is the burst of healing they may need to finish this out. Hitscan off the side of the map. Oh wait, he might have climbed back up. No, he fell. Okay. He probably tried to climb back up over the top.
Yeah, just not quite enough. Oh, beautiful sticky from Yags onto Pizza Freak.
That was exactly what we wanted. 99 to 99. Anybody's game. Nomads cleaning up the oh my goodness. The ball holding on, but couldn't quite get there. Horde picking up. Tied game. This is exactly what I expected.
Score 1.
Now, with this in mind, this 1-1, do you think we'll see a game 3?
You know, I am feeling it. I can feel the static, the electricity in the air. There's tension. I can feel that both these teams are not gonna give up so easily just because they go down 1-0. I think we're definitely gonna see a game 3 here. You know, if I was a betting man, I would bet on that. But you know, momentum's a fickle thing, so let's see how these teams hold out. You know, maybe one of them doesn't have just as much gas in the tank as the other.
Round 3.
And we'll find out as we go into the final map here on Busan. Coming on the left side, Tracer trying to get a little bit of early damage. Nice recall there, trying to disengage.
Going for a cheeky flank, except the entire enemy team decided to also go for the flank.
Yeah, you when you're trying to flank, you definitely don't want to run into literally everyone because that shuts you down pretty quickly. Looks like the Horde coming off to an early lead here. Hitscan picking up 2. That's big. Now they just got to get over to the point and cap it.
Do you think that was like a read from the Hanover Horde? Like, you know what? I bet we can catch the flanker if we just go this route.
It may have been. You know, the fact that they were all there and they didn't go straight to point is decently unusual. So I think they might have expected that flank a little bit. No, if that's the case, exceedingly smart play. Oh, Hitscan getting a really good pick there on lateral. Yag's going down as well. That is both the DPS down on the side of the Nomads. That is going to be a cause to regroup, I would think, but they're just trying to fight this out. Looks like they're going for a little bit of cap while they're fighting off point. Not quite enough.
Oh, this poor Reinhardt just trying to close distance. Can't quite get close enough, but also can't quite back up.
Yeah, definitely not quite what he wanted to see there. And now is going to be the time for the reset. I think they extended that fight a little bit longer. What do you think?
Hello there.
Yeah, I think that fight was pretty much lost once the Hanzo plus Lucio went down. I think once those two went down, those were 2 early picks in the fight. Once those 2 went down, I think you don't really want to take that 4v6. Better to just regroup.
Yeah, absolutely. We got some ultimates coming in here. Looks like they're expending a lot of their resources here, and they've only got 1 pick out of it. Not necessarily exactly what you want to see, especially when you're already pretty well sitting on the point. I think they definitely could have held on to at least one of those, but looks like so far it's paying off.
Yeah, I really like the call to disengage from the Franklin Nomads there and just come back after the ultimates are done.
Yep, looks like they're still going to continue to expend ultimates here, and it's going to work pretty good as they get a couple of picks there. Oh, the dragon? No, okay, the dragons did get canceled. I wasn't sure, but they do not find anyone there, and as they fly off the map in overtime here. The Nomads have a lot of work cut out for them. They gotta really run back that point to try and be able to like oh, that was an excellent place for the bomb. Here comes another one. Catches anybody else? Nope, ended up landing on the walkway up top.
A good stall coming out from the Franklin Nomads, but with all these bodies on point, I think it's just a matter of time before the Hanover Horde seal the deal on this one. And especially since Franklin Nomads coming into this, they don't really have any ults right now on hand that can swing this in a big way. Earthshatter's gonna come out.
Oh man, yeah, that's it. Kind of the final nail in the coffin is they sent ultimate after ultimate. The Horde doing a really good job on that first map to close it up.
Play of the game.
Play a game here. I think we all know which this one is. The first map, 4-man junk tire. Oh, actually.
Yeah, I suppose. And yeah, in the overtime, picks up 2 there and just continues up. That was
a
very
nice
11th hour play. Yeah, that was excellent. Pizza Freak doing what he does best, cleaning up in the 11th hour. He did a really great job there, just turning that around.
I hadn't noticed initially, but that Junkyard didn't just kill one. That Junkyard killed 1, did a ton of damage to 2 more, and then took out the immortality field, at which point it was just easy cleanup for the rest of the team.
Yeah. sealed that flip of the point. Really, really well done from Pizza Freak.
So what do you see as being the strengths of the Hanover Horde that were able to get them that victory? I mean, round 1 and 2 in that first map looked really close, really tight the entire time, and then that third map. What happened on that third map on Busan?
I think it comes down to a little bit of those, just some of the individual choices by the players, whether it be ultimate usage or deciding to do a flank or anything like that just doesn't quite go how they expect. I think it ends up costing the Nomads just a little bit more than they hope. Like at the beginning when their flanker just got caught out by the entire team, it ends up, it's little things like that just end up not necessarily losing you the game, but definitely put you on the back foot.
Yeah, what I saw there is I saw kind of like it seemed like they were really practiced on the first 2 maps. Like they knew exactly what their pathing was going to be. They knew exactly what their rotations were. And then on that third map, I saw, some kind of split plays going on. Maybe I'll poke in from here. Maybe we'll poke in from there. And then, not having that kind of backup plans for rotations on that map kind of made it seem like to me like it was map knowledge plus those individual kind of choices that those players made to maybe not save their ultimate. Maybe this fight can be won. Maybe we can make it back if we even it out. Choices like that where in the moment it's hard to tell.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that last map there as well is a very difficult choice because, well, not even a difficult choice. That there are just less choices to be made. Of when you're on that map, you have basically kind of 2 main routes that you can go on either side of the point there, whereas the other 2 you can kind of come in from a lot of different angles, and I think that they're a little bit better at kind of adapting to those a lot of different angles, whereas when it's just kind of one linear track, they seem to have a little bit tougher of a time just kind of brute forcing their way through that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if I'm the Franklin Nomads here, I think I probably want to see a swap off of the current composition. Maybe go for something a little different here to try for a different play style, try for a different angle here. I think what they had there going with the Tracer on Busan, I just don't think the Tracer was working out on that Busan map. I just did think they had a lot of trouble getting in on the Horde there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to see a swap. I think they know that that's something that's going to need to happen. Maybe we see a Farm Mercy to try and deal with Pizza Freak's Junkrat. But with that being said, there's still the Hanzo that we've seen a lot of that is going to be looking at you with his bow and arrow. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack there for the Nomads. But they definitely have the skill to do it. So let's see if they can take it to a map 3.
Looking at the maps available for them to pick from here, I think I want to see them on like a Gibraltar or a Havana. Something that really beneficial for that Hanzo. I don't think Junkertown would be the play for them. I think something like a Gibraltar, Havana would be really good for the Nomads going into this. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree, and I think between Havana and Gibraltar, I think Gibraltar is going to be their best choice. I think with just the way, especially the beginning of that map plays, I think that it'll lend really well to their skills. There's a lot of high ground for the Hanzo to play with. The one part where they might find a little bit difficulty on Gibraltar is going to be when they go underneath the that first overarch there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll have a little bit of a difficulty there dealing with the Junkrat because that is just an avenue for him to just send every bomb that he has down there and capitalize off of that. But I still think Gibraltar might be the choice.
I think so too. Looking at this here, it looks like we're going to be heading to Havana.
Traveling to Havana.
Certainly not a bad choice. I think that there is a little bit more openness to this map, which will do well to counter that Junkrat. They will be in kind of the inside, but even the inside portion of this map is still relatively open with a lot of different kind of high grounds and things to play with.
All right, and the unpause coming in. And here we go. Let's see what kind of compositions they're going to go for. I'm curious to see what swaps they may go for.
Yeah, I don't expect Pizza Freak to be starting on the Junkrat in this one. I think that just the way the beginning of this map is, especially on attack, it's just not going to be the right choice. I think, we've seen Bunker here, which has worked pretty well. We've seen some different brawly comps. Yeah, I think it's going to come down to where they see the other team setting up, because they'll see is the team
Ready for battle.
back up in the high ground, or is the team kind of more up close? If they're back up the high ground, they might be able to get away with some kind of bunker, but if they are up close, they're going to want to brawl and go toe-to-toe right there with the rest of the Nomads. So
interesting.
the Horde,
We've got some like fairly similar compositions and playstyles going on here. Double shield on both sides with a high damage ranged carry. So you've got the Widow on the side of the Franklin Nomads, and then you've got the Ashe with a swap to the Widow with what may be a Pocket Mercy. We'll see. And then kind of like an off DPS to do some main damage. Interesting Symmetra play here. I'm wondering what the thinking is behind that.
I think it's going to be to rotate from low ground to high ground very quickly. Definitely a good choice. It's going to give them that rotation ability that they may not have had otherwise.
All right, and the duel of the snipers here as they battle for sightline supremacy.
This is going to be very, very important. But hit scan looks like they're going to opt to swap out here, going for Ashe, and I think that is a really good choice. You're going to get the dynamite usage. So it doesn't quite get over the shield there, but I think that's going to be a good choice. Getting a push pick here on the Orisa. Really, really good start here.
Yeah, they've got a strong push going on here as they come around to this corner, but right here is right about where I'm expecting the full engage to happen. Maybe they're waiting for another teammate to come in. Let's see what ultimate they're going to use that window.
Well, looks like Nomads on the back foot here. They are really getting a lot of space to the Horde. I think they definitely could have used the teleporter there to get more high ground advantage, and they ended up just hanging out on the low ground. That wasn't exactly what they were looking for there. Ended up being on the back foot probably a lot more than they expected. So very good start here from the Horde, and they have 5 minutes in a time bank. Beautiful start.
Yeah, that little corner right there, that little alleyway is a pretty hard spot to defend from. You have to push, you have to walk so long in the open in order to get to the contest the payload that you can almost win there without even really fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. It just comes down to positioning of these teams, and that is, it shows kind of the skill of some of these kids that a lot of these games just come down to one little thing, like positioning is a little very important thing. But when that is, the determining factor is the positioning, that really shows what these kids are about.
Wow, just really, really clean fights. I mean, that range damage is just coming in so strong from the Hanover Horde.
And the one pick on a hit scan is rectified by the Mercy. Very clean push through the second point. They actually gained time there, so that now they're at 5.5 minutes on the last point. That is so much time for this point, because this point really lends to the attacking side. It's very, very close to spawn now for them, and that is going to be really, really tough battle for the Nomads. Nomads going to be a little bit on the back.
I can see the Nomads bringing this back on this fight specifically. They have the Symmetra ult, they have the Sigma ult. With the Symmetra ult, they can cut off most of the damage from the Hanover Horde's ranged characters, and then the slam there coming through, but not quite enough follow-up. Really far away, a slam there, but a great pick. Widowmaker doing great work on this last leg.
Jags picking up some great kills here. Exactly what he wants to be doing. Just really finishing out that fight. And now they're at a spot where they can kind of hang out by the payload and really a lot more than they had been before. Gonna put the Horde in a position to where they need to just kind of push hard and kind of move up the consequences after. They need to get the next here. They don't want to be sitting on their hands for too long.
Absolutely. Ultimates coming out on both sides here, but it seems like the Hanover Horde correctly recognized, hey, we shouldn't commit all right now. Let's get a regroup and let's get a better fight for us. We've got 4 minutes on the clock. We can bank ultimates a little bit, play this a little slower.
And Yags was almost fell there. It was probably about 10 health or so. Getting a good pick there on the shield coming up to deny the Widow. She just machine guns that shield down.
It looks like they're just trying to play around this Widow sight line, just trying to get slowly pushing on the payload, making their way, playing around that Widow. Widow's down now, so it looks like they're going to be able to push a little more freely. Let's see what they do with it.
Time to go is now. He knows that Widow isn't going to be able to just pick him off, but he should be back here shortly. He needs to opt to head to the high ground and maybe drop down with an ultimate there. His ultimate is a 360 spear, so even if he's jumping from the high ground, he's still going to.
Now, if I'm a support here, I'm terrified. I'm seeing a lot of critical health. I'm thinking about all the ultimates that the enemy team has saved up.
And that is the team kill they are looking for. Wow, the Horde cleaning up very nicely and pushing to the third point. 2 minutes 58 seconds of time bank. Excellent performance.
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
Now you're the Nomads here, Julian. What are you looking at to do here to try and get yourself back into this game?
I think what I want to do here as the Nomads is go for some more mobility and really try and lock down the Horde. So they've been going for Ashe Mercy, Widow Mercy, but I think what I'd want to see from them more is more mobility, so they can jump on those squishier characters a little more than they have been. They're playing this double shield war, and it seems like the double shield war is just not turning out in their favor. Maybe it's the damage isn't coming through to break down those barriers. Whatever it is, it seems like double shield is giving them a little bit of trouble on this map.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you here. I think the best option for them is to go in some kind of dive comp. Doesn't quite look like that's what they're opting for. They do have the Diva, but as far as their DPS go, the 76 and the Widow trying to continue to contest that hit scan. I don't know if that's going to be the move, but I think that they're going to probably see that, and maybe we'll see a swap. I don't know.
Well, let's see if we can get if it's going to be any early instant picks here as they're looking to come out of here out of the spawn. Sharking for the heads. Let's see, Yags versus Hitscan, the story of this map here.
He is going to be looking around, doesn't quite.
Oh, I love what the Sigma did for the Hanover Horde there. The Sigma throwing up the barrier in front of their own Widow so that they can freely peek that sightline without having to worry about the other Widow.
There it is. Hitscan getting the pick on Yags, getting the pick on Misty. That is exactly what he was looking for. And you're absolutely right. That is an excellent placement of the shield. Gotta give Hitscan the free range to do what he does.
And a swap coming out from Yags over to the Hanzo. I actually like this a little bit more mobility and a little bit tankier, for lack of a better word, because they can brawl a little bit more up close and try and get in there.
And a little bit more shield break, which I think is going to lend well into this double shield comp. His Storm Arrow being able to rip down shields so quickly. Looks like Quad going up on the high ground to contest Hitscan, which is exactly where he wanted to be. I think he's going to hopefully go up, but not quite. Hitscan with that Mercy pocket is able to survive and get Quad out of mech. Doesn't quite finish him off, but he's out of mech and is just a baby Diva running around.
Yeah, the Diva going up, flying up there, I really like that play. I think they stuck around a little too long. If I'm the Diva there, my goal isn't to get a kill. I'm not trying to get a kill there. I just want to get in there and distract, keep their sight line off of that long road down there, and just keep it on me, keep the damage focused on me, and then get out, jump back in, just make it so that they can't ever really get comfortable up there.
Yeah, it's kind of an in and out guerrilla warfare, trying to just keep the Widow at bay and let the rest of work on cleaning up some of those kills.
Speaking of shield break,
got some some windows for both teams. Jags picked up 2. That's going to be big, but Weirdo picked up 1 of his own and Regina out of mech. Pizza Freak picking up 2, and I think that's going to go the way of the Horde. The Nomads have a lot of work to do if they are going to continue to push this payload.
I think so too. I think what they have to do is they have to get a quick disengage here. They want to get killed right away. Something to try and either get out or get in spawn.
And it looks like they're continuing to fall here, and you're absolutely right. They need to just back up, disengage, regroup, and come at it another time. It looks like there are 2 in the back line. This is interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they were going for a cheeky kind of flank shatter play. Get caught out, not going to work out there, but they've still got the shatter, and I think it's all going to be, can they get past the shields? Can they break the shields down quickly enough to make the shatter work?
Yeah, and with there's 2 of the shatter, but we've got the immortality field coming in. Doesn't end up mattering. Getting a couple picks here. That is exactly what they want to see. Here comes the charge.
Whoa, from downtown.
Yeah, he's picking up the Orisa before the pinch and finish off. But that was an excellent play, and I'm really glad. Really good discipline there from the Reinhardt is when he got caught out, he didn't panic, used his shatter, held onto it, and waited for the right moment to strike, and that was really, really well done from him. Very good discipline.
Absolutely. Hitscan swapping over to the Hanzo, so we've got a Hanzo Ditto here on this mid section, and I think that's the right choice. Widow not as strong on this second leg of the map. Hanzo going to be a better choice for this mid-range kind of battle.
Yeah, definitely going to lend really well for this area, and he almost has ultimate on the line. We've got a lot of ultimates coming out here. First squad doesn't quite pick up anybody, but it looks like pieces for Kids can both have theirs, and that kid is nasty. Here comes some dragons, picks up 1, doesn't see 2, no it does. Oh, it does see 2. Very nice. Looks like he's cleaning up here, and he is going to hang it on the payload, and as the team finishes up that fight. Good stuff.
It looks like with the swap to Hanzo over to the Widowmaker, they've kind of found their footing again and are starting to build momentum going into the last section of this second point. Can they get a contest? Let's see what they do here with the 3 ultimates they have on deck.
You see contest coming in, and I think this is good. Even if the Nomads get on that 3rd point, the Horde in this situation needs to do well to push this team to stall. Can't be freak. The ultimate coming in. Does it see anybody?
Wow, I love the tank play coming out of Manoa on the Reinhardt for the Franklin Nomads. I mean, he didn't let them just hang out there on that top balcony. He went up there, charged them down, caused tons of havoc, uses the shatter. I mean, this Reinhardt is really making a ton of space for their team.
Absolutely, and he is hanging out in the front line, trying to do what he does best, create that space. Trying to tear down that wall. I don't think he's going to be able to break it down. Looks like the Hanzo, he's kind of ignoring the Reinhardt there, and honestly, I think that you really need to get your team to jump in it, and looks like they are starting to go after him a little bit more. Looks like we've got Hanzo's on the... Oh no, that's not how... That is a Wrecking Ball in the high ground over there. Not sure quite what he's doing there.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting play there. Let's see how this works out for them. Maybe they're just trying to stall the cart a little bit here. Tons of shields, they can get in there without even really giving them a ton of ult charge.
Yep, and that is a good drop on a point for to disrupt them as they're trying to push, but it wasn't quite enough. I know that they were trying to get back to the point, but I think ball was blocked.
And it looks like with the close response here, they're going to be able to stabilize and slow down the momentum of the Franklin Nomads coming into this last point. What kind of adaptation do you think they'll try that the Nomads are going to have to make for this last point? Do you think they have to change anything up, or do you think they just need to build some ultimates and get in there? They've only really got a minute.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of time to build ultimates. It can be done. They've got 3 online already, but I just don't know that the Symmetra ult is really going to be exactly what they're going to need here. It'll split the fight a little bit, but from the side of the Horde, they've got 5 ultimates, but they are in a very, very strong position to clean out this second match.
Oh,
and here
big
comes
dragon!
Wow! And the immortality feels to be a little bit late from Misty. Didn't quite end up doing it there, and that was from Hitscan. That is exactly one ultimate. Finish us up that fight. There's only 30 seconds left, and with the Horde holding onto 4 ultimates, I just don't think the Nomads can finish out.
That's just such an amazing amount of value out of a 1 damage boosted dragon there from Hanzo. Just really, really great kind of value for that ult.
Oh. Hitscan gets picked up by Egg, but is brought right back. And the tire doesn't catch anybody, but the mines catch 3! And it looks like there's a shadow getting 1 kill, but I don't think he's going to do it. Overtime here. It does not look like there are any Nomads to push this cart. Then we got 1 recontest by Quad, and I think that's going to be it. Can anybody get back? Does not look like it. Excellent work here from the Horde. Beautiful, beautiful defense. Just an excellent job all around.
Let's take a look at play of the game here for Toonbury on the Sigma. Toonbury, the Sigma for the Franklin Nomads. Let's see how they use it here. Oh, for the Horde, my bad.
Getting that big value of just locking down people in that corner. That is, you know, that burst damage that he has, that AoE was a really good spot for him to be in, of just bursting those people down while they're hanging out in that corner, trying to hold on to that point.
And so that is gonna be all she wrote. The Horde win this match 2-0 on Busan and Havana. Really, really great gameplay from these two. 1-2 on Busan, 2-3 on Havana. This is definitely the closest competition we've seen all day.
Put in to get this far, you know, they have done a really outstanding job trying to just fight to the bitter end here, but ends up going the way of the Horde. So congratulations to all you guys, and just cleaning that up. Excellent job, guys.
And I can see, you know, in the chat, you know, the GGs, well plays are going on right now. Love to see it. And you know, the Franklin Nomads, yeah, they lost this match, but you know, they're going to be dropping down into to losers finals or elimination brackets finals, and they're going to be, you know, already, you know, they've got some tape to study for tomorrow.
Absolutely, definitely some good clips for VOD reviewing tonight. You know, they can really watch their competition, and you know, with all of these matches being streamed, they can maybe take a peek, see what other people have been running, see what, you know, they know who they're going to be up against, and maybe they can find something to work with, find some stuff to work on for tonight, and be rare and ready to go tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I always love to see these two teams competing at the highest level at XP League. Looking forward to more exciting matches as the bracket continues. I don't know if we'll have another match for today. I think we're getting close to, I think, either the last round or this may have been the last round. We'll go ahead and check in with our producers behind the scenes and find out if there's any more matches for today. Everyone who watched today, everyone who shared the stream, everyone who's supporting their children, their families that are participating in XP League's North American Regionals. Thank you so much. Your support means the world to us, to the players, to the coaches, to everyone here. XP League would absolutely appreciates everything that you guys do, giving these kids an opportunity to be part of a team, to experience what it's like to feel the thrill of competition while creating these amazing bonds with their team. So thank you to everyone watching at home and supporting these players.
Yeah, thank you guys, and really this has been some excellent matches today. Been really, really fun to see these kids compete and fight so hard. Every single match was just incredible. Can't wait to see what the rest of the bracket has to offer. So if this is the last game, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Absolutely. So we'll go ahead and we'll cut it to a break. I'll be in the chat in the comments letting you guys know if there's any more matches. But thank you so much for tuning in if this is it, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Stay if this isn't the last match for today, come back tomorrow at, I believe, let's see, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., so time conversion, 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we'll be back live again tomorrow if this is our last match. So thank you so much, and we'll go ahead and we'll kick it to a break.
I'm the coach for XP League, and I'm looking forward to having an impact on these kids' lives. I've been playing video games competitively since 9th grade. I'm now 21 years old, and I've never really got to be a part of a team.
Today you guys are here for tryouts. Now you might be feeling nervous, but don't worry. Everybody makes a team. Tryouts is not about kicking you out if you're not good at the game. The only thing this is about measuring where you are at right now, so we can focus on how we can help you improve throughout the season.
Esports promotes cognition in the sense that there's multiple ways to win a game. There's not one set way that you can win a match. The meta in Overwatch varies. It depends on the game. The games change all the time, and every game is different. It has its own special, unique characteristics.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands straight. Keep your hands straight.
For our practices, we aren't focused necessarily on who we're playing against, just how we can adapt our strategy towards the game. What we teach the kids when we're coaching is that there's another human being on the other side of that computer, and to treat everyone with respect.
I have my ultimate.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. It doesn't matter at all.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by me. Dad, all right, push up with me. Push up with me.
We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
When did you lose? When did you lose? Why did you lose? Like the games that you lost, why did you lose?
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
You love being Battle Mercy.
Yes, Battle Mercy.
No, it's not. Why don't you tell us your favorite move that Mercy does?
So what brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. So I realized they all love competitive gaming. So why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing.
Yes, Boot
Experience points. Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of the team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. Oh, nice. Go. Group in now. Push in. We don't have to dead. Good game.
Both teams putting so much into the fight. We are so close.
Game like the pros and experience the largest North American youth esports competition.
They took it. They're so close. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hanover Horde have taken the victory here at Grand Finals.
This year, XP League brings the North American Finals to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress and Full Sail Live venue. The best youth gamers from across the US and Canada will battle head-to-head for the championship title this June. Do you have what it takes to be crowned the champion? The largest youth esports competition in North America is this June in Orlando. Journey begins at xpleague.gg. you have what it takes?